All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but two PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. All right, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max comes with a custom-built Master Liquid 360 Atmos, built exclusively for this case. The Master Liquid 360 Atmos feature in the TD500 Max has a thicker 38mm radiator versus the regular Atmos, and is bundled with 3 of our Mobius 120p ARGB fans. These fully in-house designed Mobius fans have quite an interesting origin, as they were first created for industrial cooling needs. Achieving noise levels below 30 decibels at maximum capacity and backed by a 5-year warranty, we thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PSU. This PSU features a large high-quality Japanese capacitor, and in addition, this PSU comes with Cooler Master's durable 90-degree 12-volt high-power cable. As you can see, the 90-degree angle increases lifespan and safety by reducing the stress placed on the cable when you plug it into the GPU. While the GX2 Gold 850 watt will be sufficient for virtually any single GPU configuration available today, if you would want to upgrade your PSU in the future, both the GX3 1250 Gold and the V Platinum 1600 V2 can be easily swapped in. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thank you for watching, and please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. And feel free to click the link in the description below to check out the TD500 Max. Thank you.
and welcome to day 2 of the SPARK Cooler Masters live stream here from Computex 2024 in Taipei. My name is Trisha Hirschberger, and I am delighted to be your master of ceremonies through today's live stream as well. We have got some great stuff cooking up for you today, including interviews with representatives from Intel, Nvidia. We're going to be chatting PC modding with Liquid House today, which is going to be so much fun. We'll be checking out, getting up close and personal with some of Cooler Master's more eye-catching systems that are around the booth, including the Shark X, which I know everyone, including myself, knows and loves because it's a PC that looks like a shark, as well as some of the more immersive systems like Dynex and Throne X. Plus, we'll be taking a deep dive into Master Hub, which I know everyone in chat yesterday was looking forward to. I myself am looking forward to that too as a content creator and streamer. That modular controller looks beautiful. But like I said, we have got a stacked day for you today, so let's go ahead and jump in and get started. Wherever you're watching from today, whether that be YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, thank you for joining us. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them in chat, and I will do my best to relay them to the kind folks we have on stream with us. So without any further ado, I would like to bring up to the stream the one and only Alex from Intel. Alex, welcome to the stream today.
Good morning.
Yay!
How are you doing today? Thank you guys. Thank you.
I'm good. It's early. How are you doing?
I had my coffee, maybe one too many, but I'm very excited to be here in Computex, this beautiful city of Taipei.
Yeah.
You can tell I had too much coffee. I'm going to slow it down a
I
little bit.
love that you had too much coffee because then you're going to match my energy level and we're ready to go.
I completely agree, but it's a hard thing to do.
Well, Alex, thank you for being here today. Intel has had a lot of really exciting announcements.
Yes, we're very excited about all the latest announcements, especially actually yesterday we announced our latest architecture, Lunar Lake.
Yay! So we're going to deep dive into that, but you know what? Actually, let's go ahead and start off with the exciting demos that you had related to Meteor Lake AI and NPU. Can you tell us a little bit about video conferencing with Zoom with NPU?
Correct. So, so let's start with what is NPU. So NPU stands for Neural Processing Unit, and what it is we have this special engine dedicated for artificial intelligence workloads.
Yes.
So the idea is, for example, for Meteor Lake, we have 3 different engines. We have the CPU, the GPU, and the NPU. And for the NPU, as for all those workloads that we want to, it's mostly in the laptops, you want to do a little battery savings.
Sure, of course.
Savings. So, for example, for Zoom, if you want to run it, it's going to run on the NPU, so your power consumption is low. And there's things like, for example, blurring the background and all those kind of things that are going to be done through the NPU.
So that's all going to be done locally on device, no longer needing to be outsourced.
Correctly, yes. That's pretty nice. There's a lot of stuff that is coming in that's going to be actually done locally.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that we're going to be touching on today.
Yeah, well, I mean, the theme of this year's Computex is connecting AI.
Yes.
So there's a lot of artificial intelligence conversation, and I don't know about you, but I feel like the way that a lot of the conversation has been trending in terms of the tech of it all is trying to do more on device than we've seen in the past.
I completely agree. It's everything on device, and also trying to explain why on device.
Right.
And try to explain a little bit more how does AI work. So actually one of the great examples that I heard actually yesterday from Pat, this Intel CEO, was it's like when Wi-Fi started, right?
Okay.
When Wi-Fi started, everybody's like, oh, it's cool. Do I really need it? I don't know. It was infant, but nowadays we can't live with Wi-Fi.
Sure.
So we got to see how AI progresses through the years and see where we end up.
Right, and yes, and having it be able to be done on device is going to make the user experience much better. I mean, right now I feel like people that dabble with different forms of AI are feeling like, oh, I'm not sure if it's there yet. But the more that we see that processing on device, thanks to companies like Intel, I think that's going to smooth that out for people.
Yeah, I completely agree. And there's actually a lot of things, a lot of workloads that you don't want to be done in the cloud, right? There's a lot of privacy issues, so that's why you probably want it more on your local system.
Yeah, privacy issues are a great point as well. I believe that we have a video that we can show relating to Meteor Lake AI and NPU specifically, so let's go ahead and take a look at that video now. All right. Perfect.
Hi, I'm Alejandro Hoyos, and today we are at ITT here in Taiwan.
Yeah, sorry, I should have told you that. Middle camera.
Different demos that are being shown here.
Oh, nice that happened while we're in video.
Hi, Joe. How's it going today?
Hi, thank you, Alejandro.
Thank you. So tell us what we have here. I see two amazing and very beautiful computers, but one's called, I guess, Lunar Lake and Meteor Lake. But tell us more about it.
Thank you, Alejandro. What we're showcasing here is hardware power collected at the USB charging port here on a Meteor Lake OEM system and a pre-production Lunar Lake system. These are live power readings, so fingers crossed they'll continue to hold. But we have YouTube AV1 4K here on both systems, and you can see that power improvement here between Lunar Lake and Meteor Lake.
All right, so you're doing is playback from each one of them, and they're being captured in another system, and they're just being displayed here, live powerment over there. And so tell me, 4K, how come Lunar Lake's power measurements are lower than Meteor Lake's?
Yeah, great question. So one of the improvements here on Lunar Lake is that increased low power island. So on Meteor Lake, we had 2 Crestmont cores. On Lunar Lake, we have increased that to 4 Skymont cores, also wider, deeper cores, and also have L2 cache on them. So they're able to contain a lot more workloads within them, one of them being 4K AV1 here.
Right. So yeah, the first time in Meteor Lakes, when the first time we introduced the low power island, which we can do all these type of workloads. But here for Lunar Lake, we have actually done a lot of improvements on the E-cores and also the low power island. Therefore, we have more workloads that can be sent to there. Correct?
Correct. On Lunar Lake, we're able to contain a lot more workloads on that low power island, never having to turn on the other compute tiles.
Nice. And yeah, for Lunar Lake, one of the things is we're looking for performance and power savings.
Correct.
Oh, this looks great, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alejandro. Appreciate it.
All right, so I feel like that video was a really good descriptor of the efficiency differences.
Yes, correct. So actually in that video where we're comparing our latest architecture, Lunar Lake, to the previous one, which is Meteor Lake, it was actually showing the different types of power consumption when you play back video at 4K.
Got it.
So you can see actually all the differences that we have made, all the different changes to architecture that we have made to save power. So that's one of the main themes of Lunar Lake, power and performance.
Yeah, well, and I mean, for Lunar Lake specifically, like you were saying, when it comes to notebooks, it's so nice to have that power efficiency so people can take that with them throughout the day. Not just the performance, but the efficiency as well. So let's go ahead and switch gears for a little bit of a second and talk about buffer zone anti-phishing. We talked a little bit about the NPU and privacy concerns earlier, but specifically when it comes to buffer zone anti-phishing, can we speak a little bit to that?
Sure, so anti-zone buffer phishing is actually a company, it's software that you can actually have on your system.
Great.
And what it does is behind using the NPU, it will be actually looking at your email, different things, so different phishing scams, and will be able to protect you.
Great.
So that's ongoing in the background, and it's all done to different types of AI workloads.
So is the AI itself actually looking into the phishing links to determine if they're safe for you?
Yeah, correct. That's pretty neat.
I feel like my parents could use that. We could all use it,
family,
but especially my family. Don't click that link, Mom. Don't do it. But yes, that seems like a really lovely use of AI that can help protect everyone moving forward.
This is great. This is just another example of the different type of workloads that you can have for AI and run locally.
Okay, so continuing on with this artificial intelligence theme, tell me about the Superpower AI Assistant.
So the Superpower AI Assistant is pretty cool. It's also run locally, and the idea for this one is to actually, the assistant will get to know you, learn you, the way you write an email, your tone of voice, everything. So every time you can tell like, oh, please write an email to someone, please write an email to Alex, but it's not going to write it plain, but actually it's going to use your tone of voice, your word choice, and everything like that. So it's pretty neat because it's customized to you and it's local. So it's good, all about your stuff, the way you communicate, it's all been there.
So if I emailed you using Superpower AI Assistant, you wouldn't be able to tell if it was for me or not, or do you think you'd be able to tell?
It's improving a lot, but it's definitely, it will be hard to tell the difference, but yes.
That's pretty cool. Well, I feel like I need a more up-close look at that. So I believe we have a video that we can show as well to showcase Superpower AI Assistant. Let's go ahead and see if we have that video loaded up to showcase today.
Hi, I'm Alejandro Hoyos, and today we're here at Intel's Technology Tour, in which we're taking a deeper look at different demos for Lunar Lake. And today with us we have Craig. Hey Craig, how's it going?
Hey Alejandro, thanks a lot for having me.
No, thank you. So what do we have here? I see a lot of LLMs, and so it's probably most likely artificial intelligence. So let us know.
It's always artificial intelligence, isn't it? So let's go ahead and take a look. And here we're going to show you one of the, basically the new evolution that we have for a brand new class of LLM model, which is called the SLM, or Small Language Model. And so this was coined by Microsoft in addition to what we're going to be showing off as far as their Phi models that we have here. And these are smaller models, sub 5 billion parameter models that are designed to run in smaller memory footprints and locally on your machine, like we have on our AI PC right here. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the functionality.
Sure.
So first of all, Phi has a great pedigree in mathematics and physics and in coding. And so really quickly, I can go ahead and just get a fast response out of this and write me a function in Python. Just like that, we get our response. And so it's meant for amazing speed that we have here. And so we're able to get this example of a Python function. So I'm going to clear this out, and let's go ahead and I'm going to show you, we're going to ask it a very quick question about how many SKUs in Intel Core Ultra. So it's actually telling me that I don't have the specific information for this. So I'm going to add an internal Meteor Lake document that I have right here, and I'm going to point the model to it. And so it's gone ahead and loaded that up, and then I'm going to go ahead and enable the RAG pipeline here. And so when I ask it the exact same question, now it's going to go ahead and immediately give me the 8 SKUs that I have that are available here. So I don't have to retrain the model continuously to do this. I can take an amazing base model like Phi and then be able to add my own data sources to it. And again, that prevents any erroneous information that we would have here, because I know it's getting the correct data because I pointed it to it.
All right, so I think from our conversation earlier, Alex, that I have a pretty good handle on the Superpower AI Assist demo. But that video that we just watched right there, that was a little different. So tell me, kind of break down for me what we just saw in that video.
Sure, so what we saw in that video was we're using a large language model. Actually, it's called an SLM because it's a small language model that is actually all built in your computer.
Yep.
And what it is the example you saw there is you can actually use different types of the engines. It uses the GPU, the NPU, and the CPU too.
Okay.
So for example, he was giving it the voice command of write for me a Python script. So it will use Whisper, and Whisper will use the NPU to transcribe that to get to do the search.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. So then it will spit out the script that you want to do. The other thing that he was actually talking about is like you can teach it, you can create your own database of things that you want to teach it. So the first example was he was asking for different types of processors, but since it's run locally, he doesn't go to the internet to look at it, so he didn't know what they were.
I see.
And so then what he did is he loaded the documents into the system, and the system learned, and then he asked them again, and he gave them the different types of processors. And the idea behind that is actually to reduce the amount of hallucinations that AI, and hallucinations are incorrect information that you get from AI. So that way, like, you know exactly where he's getting the information. And he also was talking about transparency, because you can tell this model, where did you get the information, and he will quote you, bring that excerpt from where he got it, so you can get a better, actually know exactly if it's correct or if it's not related to what you're asking.
Well, and transparency is so important when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence for ethical reasons, for many different reasons. But also, I'm glad that you brought up that with these different models, you need to teach it what to do. I think there's this kind of overriding idea that AI is just going to be these kind of human-esque supercomputers that we can just ask it to do something and it will do something. But I do think it's important to have that conversation that we need to teach it before it can do it.
Exactly, correct. So we need to teach it the right things, the right information. Like, you know, like they tell us in school, like if you get trash in, you get trashed out. So you got to make sure that the information that we're fitting in is correctly. And like for this type of example, you have control of what information, so you know that it's some good information that's coming in and coming out.
Yes, when you know what's going in, you will not get a recommendation to put glue on pizza.
Exactly, you do not do that.
No, don't do it, folks. Okay, awesome. So we're seeing some of the ways that this is incorporated. I see Nero says, fancy seeing Alex here. Alex is here on the stream. It's true. For those of you just joining us, I am here with Alex from Intel, and we're discussing a lot of the demos that Intel's really been showing off this Computex. This year's Computex theme overall is connecting AI. So we're seeing a lot of that here, and of course Intel being such an industry leader in that department, you are the perfect one to pick your brain about this. So let's go ahead and talk about conversational chatbot using the GPU. What advancements does this bring?
So the conversational chatbot, it brings a lot of things like, for example, at CES we were talking to a customer and he's saying that there are help desk, which is a conversational chatbot.
Okay.
But sometimes, and you guys who have been at a conference and everything, the Wi-Fi or the connections are not very reliable because you have a lot of crosstalk between different Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So having a local chatbot that can actually answer all your questions, running locally, it's great because you can drop it everywhere around the different points of the conference, and you don't have to worry about Wi-Fi connectivity or any type of connectivity. So that's one of the examples that we use for a chatbot.
And that's a great example too. I mean, Wi-Fi connectivity at any type of show or something like this is always an issue, so not having to rely so heavily on that is super important for people. The conversational chatbots and the way that they're being implemented right now, I think are very funny. They're very fun to mess around with, but it's improving all the time.
Yes. I mean, we have had a conversational chatbots for a while.
Yes.
They just become into the light lately. Maybe we come in the spotlight, but we had it for a while, and they've been just improving. They've been improving for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So let's chat audio for a second.
Yes.
I know Intel had a really cool demo with text to music.
Yes.
Using Audacity.
Correct.
So let's talk about that for a second.
Yes. So what it is it's called. So what we're doing Audacity, and we're giving a text script. And imagine you have a song, right?
Okay.
And you can tell it. Actually, a long time ago, I used to dabble on DJ, and there was like,
I didn't know this about your past life.
Yeah, just one little hobby. And sometimes from a song, I wanted like, oh, I like this beat, or I just want the vocals for this, or I just want the guitar. So now with Audacity and this plugin, you can actually tell it, oh, just give me the beat from this, or just isolate the guitar, all that stuff. Not only that, but you can also tell like, okay, this is an EDM song that I'm listening to.
Yes.
Why don't you make it country-ish?
Ooh.
Yeah. So
wow.
So this was pretty neat. It's a lot of things, a lot of flexibility as an artist that you have that you can play with.
That's really cool, and I know a lot of people were kind of talking about this in various use cases. Is this type of technology something that could be used for, say, a short-form video creator that wants something to put in the background?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it expands and makes it a lot easier to be more creative, do a lot of different things. Now we gotta keep in mind there's also some copyrights related to it.
Sure,
but it gives you a lot of flexibility.
Okay. And I know, for speaking of creators specifically, we're talking about text to music, but also I know there's a lot of advancements that Intel was talking about in terms of video editing.
Yes,
and video editing advancements. So what does Intel have to share there?
Yes, so actually in our latest architecture in Lunar Lake, we introduced a new type of extensions on our graphics side.
Okay.
It's called XE Matrix Extensions. And what it does, without getting too much into the weeds, it is pretty much what we are going to show here in the video shortly. It's a DaVinci, and it actually is able to recognize the face or recognize something specific, and you can actually change the lighting or do a little change without needing. Yeah, if you're doing a production crew and you say like, oh, we didn't hit the right spot, or it's too dark, you can actually go in there and it will recognize it. It will go frame by frame and recognize that face and apply the lighting changes that you need. So actually, we can take a look at the video if you want to.
Let's take a look at that video. Yeah.
I'm Alejandro Ojus, and today we're here at the Intel Technology Tour in Taiwan, and we're taking a closer look at different demos that we have. And today with us, we have Nick. Hey, Nick, how's it going?
Nice to see you, Alex.
Nice to see you, man. So what do we have here today?
Our new AI PC dev kits. These are what we're going to use to help enable the ecosystem to drive our AI PC initiatives. So what we're looking at here is DaVinci Resolve. They've enabled a new feature, the face refinement. What it can do is leveraging the XMX AI capabilities that are a part of our XE2 graphics. It can first recognize the screen. You can see that blue bounding box that it's put over there. But then you can click a single button and it will go all the way through the entire video, frame by frame, and create the bounding box. It takes about a minute and a half on the PC. Right. And you can see that now we have that mask, which enables me to leverage effects features like skin texture. And so since it's gone frame by frame, creating that mask, now it'll do it throughout the entire video. So if I change the lighting, I can scrub this entire timeline and you'll see that it's following the face, and we can make those changes in very little time.
That is pretty impressive, and especially because you have to look at each frame and actually apply those changes to each frame. But I guess the biggest thing is recognizing the face and able to okay, this is what we need, this is what we need to do for.
Exactly. Instead of going frame by frame and manually mapping out and creating the mask of the frame, you can use it with AI and have it do it for you.
That is awesome. So this is taking a great advantage of the XE2 cores, the XMX extensions that we have there that we'll implement it on Lunar Lake.
Absolutely.
Okay, now as someone that most of the time has to shoot my own video, sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, my lighting is less than ideal.
Right.
Or actually, this is so relevant. Just before I left to come here to Taipei for Computex, I was filming a video on a projector. And so you wanna film this video in low lighting so you can see the projector clearly, but messing with the exposure so that you can also see the projector itself and what the projector is projecting is really tough. Is that a use case that you think this could help out in?
Yeah, that's definitely something
Okay.
you can look like if you want to see, like they want to see your face and the
Yeah.
projector, then you can shoot. I will probably shoot like you can see the projector.
Yes.
And then come back and fix it so you can actually see this lovely face also talking about.
Yeah, when you're a one-woman team, honestly, that could be very helpful. That's awesome.
Very impressive, very impressive.
We'll see. We'll see when the final video comes out, folks. But yeah, so let's go ahead. That was fascinating. Let's go ahead and talk about Lunar Lake.
Sure.
So what can you tell us about Intel's vision and strategy specifically for Lunar Lake?
Yeah, so Lunar Lake is the strategy and vision for Lunar Lake is for thin and light laptops, and also taking a hard look at when it comes to power and performance.
Okay.
So we're making sure all the changes, all the architectural changes, all the different things that we did for Lunar Lake, we're thinking about battery savings and also performance.
Yes.
So it's a difficult balance because they're in the opposite side, but that's what we're looking at both. So we still implemented a lot of technologies that we have done before. So for example, we launched in Meteor Lake, we had the different tiles.
Yes.
So we're doing the same thing here. We have 2 tiles.
Okay.
We also have the hybrid architecture, which we have 2 different types of cores. We have a P core and we have an E core.
cores.
So the same here, we have this. We have the NPU, right? Because we've seen that AI, and there's a lot of applications that are coming up, so we have there. And we have done a great improvement on our graphics. We have redesigned all the cores. They used to be called XE, and now we have the XE2 cores.
Okay.
And these are pretty exciting because not only they're going to be used in Lunar Lake, but they're also going to be used later on in something called Battle Mage. I don't know if you guys know about that. I haven't heard about it, but yeah. So it's pretty exciting. There's a lot of changes. It's not that often that you see a redesign of a processor from one year to another.
Yes.
Usually just see like incremental changes, but this one was like pretty much like around 95% of completely redesigned for this processor.
That's exciting. I mean, a lot of times, we were talking about this yesterday, but a lot of times at these shows, we see a lot of evolutionary upgrades. So when we're able to highlight something that is really brand new or mostly new, that's really exciting.
Yeah, I was really excited actually, especially when I got to see the first the processor.
Okay.
I was like, oh my god, the memory is on top of the processor, and I was like, wow, the memory RAM is in there. So I was like, wow. And that's also kind of showing why we're looking more into power, because when you have the memory on the processor, you're wasting less power sending it across the motherboard.
Of course, yeah, that makes sense. And in terms of the new graphics improvements, we were having a conversation yesterday about maybe even starting to change that conversation around gaming, where, especially here at Cooler Master, you know, a lot of us are thinking, well, if I want to game, I obviously need dedicated graphics.
Yes.
But if you need to take your on-the-go system and want to run a quick game, we're getting more to kind of the time where that's something you could consider.
Yes, exactly. So like built-in graphics right now make up like huge leaps and bounds.
Yes.
And we can see that from the last couple of years. So yeah, I remember a long time ago, just built-in graphics was a little challenging to play some games, but now has definitely changed, and it's pretty exciting times.
Yeah, before it might be, you know, a Stardew Valley on an airplane, and now maybe a Baldur's Gate.
Yes, exactly. Or you can actually, I was playing Assassin's Creed and also Prince of Persia on a little handheld. Yeah, that was nice.
Oh, I love the handhelds. We could talk about the handhelds all day.
Yes.
I'm way into the handhelds. But honestly, when you have a long flight and you want a game to get through your flight, you need the efficiency and the power
Exactly.
to make that happen, which is exactly what we're talking
Yes,
about.
and that's one of the reasons we designed some of our cores. Well,
Yeah.
actually both of them, but the efficiency core has been redesigned for a little for power management, but also the performance.
Yes.
It's pretty interesting. That's kind of the unsung hero of the whole Lunar Lake. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of technology. I don't want to just focus on one.
There
but
are
that was
many
pretty cool.
unsung heroes
Yes.
of Lunar Lake, is what we're learning.
Thank you.
All right, well, I mean, this is really exciting stuff. Is there anything in particular we can look toward the future from Intel that you can talk about? I know there's a lot you probably can't talk about, but what can you tease for us?
So what can tease for you guys? So I already did a little tease about Battle Mage, so keep your eyes out. You know, it should be coming. It's also using the same XE2 core architecture from the graphics that is implemented in Lunar Lake.
Yeah.
We also want to take a closer look as the P cores that we have here and the E cores.
Yeah.
P cores are called Lion Cove and E cores Skymon. Those were designed also thinking scalability, hint.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you'll see them later on or something like that. But yeah, so there's a lot of things going on over there. So it's pretty neat.
Well, we appreciate the tease and the inside look at everything, Alex. You're the absolute best. Chat, if you have any questions for Alex, this is your last opportunity. But honestly, you are the go-to guy when it comes to questions about Intel. So thank you
so much.
for taking time out of your very, very busy Computex schedule to come by the Spark and chat with all of us today. This was lovely.
No, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Cooler Master. This is great. I love to see you. It's been a while, but it's great to see you too.
I know. Alex and I are good friends. It's so nice to catch up. That's one of the other things that Computex is so good for, right?
I love it. Catching up with everybody else that you haven't seen in years. It's awesome.
It is. So in an effort to bring a little Computex to you, Alex and I are hanging out with you now as if you were at Computex with us. All right, folks, thank you so much for hanging out with us for a little bit. Again, thank you, Alex. You are amazing. Folks, don't go anywhere. We will be back approximately on the hour with some more awesome interviews and inside looks, so stay tuned.
Oh, the card? Let's do a quick test on this. This mic's kind of low down here, so. Yeah.
I'm the short here, so I can only.
You can talk to it if you want, yeah.
Is this a front mic or a top mic?
I have no idea, honestly.
This is final position. This is final position for this laptop. For this. Oh, you want to block that though?
So-
Oh, okay, I see.
Is it blocked?
Did you see mine?
Yeah. Hello everyone. In this video, I'll be introducing. So this
I don't
is.
know that they have stickers big enough to cover.
I'll show you just real quick. This is the
Okay.
demo basically that we'll walk
Oh.
through, and then you can interact with all these characters. So like, hey James, how's it going? You may have to lean it a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, capture mic so high. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4-pin one. We also have a short 6+2-pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but 2 PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. All right, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max comes with a custom-built Master Liquid 360 Atmos, built exclusively for this case. The Master Liquid 360 Atmos featured in the TD500 Max has a thicker 38mm radiator versus the regular Atmos, and is bundled with 3 of our Mobius 120p ARGB fans. These fully in-house designed Mobius fans have quite an interesting origin, as they were first created for industrial cooling needs. Achieving noise levels below 30 decibels at maximum capacity and backed by a 5-year warranty, we thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PSU. This PSU features a large high-quality Japanese capacitor, and in addition, this PSU comes with Cooler Master's durable 90-degree 12-volt high-power cable. As you can see, the 90-degree angle increases lifespan and safety by reducing the stress placed on the cable when you plug it into the GPU. While the GX2 Gold 850 watt will be sufficient for virtually any single GPU configuration available today, if you would want to upgrade your PSU in the future, both the GX3 1250 Gold and the V Platinum 1600 V2 can be easily swapped in. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thank you for watching, and please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. And feel free to click the link in the description below to check out the TD500 Max. Thank you.
It's been a bit hectic, so I'll take that as a win. And with all the overtime, we can be able to cut those missions.
Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Mac series. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4 pin one. We also have a short 6+2 pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but 2 PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. All right, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max
AI and PC's capabilities. In this demo, you assume the role of Detective Marcus Pierce, the hotel room number of Martin Davis, a corrupt business executive. Upon starting the game, you'll meet James, the hotel bellboy. Engage with him to begin your investigation and take time to explore the surroundings. Here, you will also encounter Diego Menendez,
Achieving noise levels
Martin
below
Davis.
30 decibels at
Interacting with
maximum
Diego is
capacity
essential
by a
to achieve your
working.
goal.
We thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PSU. This PSU features a large high-quality Japanese capacitor, and in addition, this PSU comes with Cooler Master's durable 90-degree 12-volt high-power cable. As you can see, the 90-degree angle increases lifespan and safety by reducing the stress placed on the cable when you plug it into the GPU. While the GX2 Gold 850 watt will be sufficient for virtually any single GPU configuration available today, if you would want to upgrade your PSU in the future, both the GX3 1250 Gold and the V Platinum 1600 V2 can be easily swapped in. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thank you for watching, and please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. And feel free to click the link in the description below to check out the TD500 Max. Thank you.
welcome back to the Spark, coming to you live from Cooler Master's booth here at Computex 2024 in Taipei. I am joined right now by Jacob from NVIDIA. Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you for being part of the stream today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I mean, NVIDIA has certainly made a splash this Computex, to say the least. I feel like that's the understatement of the year in terms of the headlines that have come out. What has the reception been that you've been seeing here at the show?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, if you just look around this show, you see so much NVIDIA and GeForce everywhere, you know, so it's
true.
Great.
Well, and I mean, we really see it because NVIDIA's booth is like just
right
down
there,
that way. So we get a lot of green. But you know what, we love it.
And over there, there's like a 100-foot graphics card. It's pretty amazing.
Pretty cool. There is a 100-foot graphics card. At some point, I'll try to take a picture of that and post it on social media for everybody. But it's really, really awesome. And so I kind of want to go through and break down announcement by announcement, and especially in the announcements that I think are going to be relevant to our viewers here with Cooler Master, of some of the things that you've gone through. Right. So let's go ahead and kick things off talking small form factor.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you now are making small form factor ready enthusiast GeForce cards and cases. Why did NVIDIA and its partners decide to come up with a guideline specifically for small form factor?
Yeah, well, you know, there's enthusiasts are wanting to build smaller and smaller cases, right? Which is great to see.
I feel like we see the extremes, right? We see the really, really big cases, and now the small form factor as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing kind of both sides of it, right? And so there is a demand for smaller and smaller form factors, but at the same time, you know, there's a huge variety in graphics cards that are available today. There's, you know, there's big cards, 3-fan cards, there's 2-fan cards, there's single-fan cards. So as a small form factor enthusiast, it can be difficult a lot of times to figure out exactly which card is going to fit into that small form factor chassis. So what we did is we worked with our partners like Cooler Master to come up with a set of guidelines for defining an enthusiast small form factor graphics card. So that is, so yeah, that's what we put together. We have about 35 graphics cards on it today, and a bunch of cases as well, many from Cooler Master. And basically, as an end user, all you need to do is look for the call out, small form factor GeForce enthusiast graphics card, on the case and on the graphics card, and then you know that they will fit together.
I mean, that's really nice. I feel like for years when we're talking small form factor, that meant different things to different people, and there wasn't really one standard out there for people to know that components would physically fit or work with other components in a build they might be doing. So thank you, NVIDIA, for seeing that pain point and coming to our rescue. So what are the specific guidelines to get that SSF or SFF ready later?
Right, so let's see, can you guys see this? So this is an RTX 4070 Super.
Okay.
So for example, on the guidelines, what we are defining is we're defining the maximum length, the maximum height, and also the width.
Okay.
And so as long as you fall within these dimensions, then you can call it a small form factor GeForce enthusiast ready graphics card.
Got it.
So there is a lot of 4070s that are available today. There is one 4080 that also works on that. If you're trying to build the ultimate gaming PC, you could find a 4080 that fix it, And we have similar for the chassis, the chassis manufacturers as well, like Cooler Master. You know, we also provided the guidelines to them so that as long as the graphics card can fit into the cavity, then it can be advertised as SFF enthusiast ready. So
I love that you brought this to show too, because again, SFF has meant so many different things to different people over the years. We're not talking like Nook size small form factor with this. No, but this is definitely like mini.
Right, and that's why we call it enthusiast. The enthusiast program. It's designed for more enthusiast type of build, you know, very high-end graphics. There's also another factor, going back to the dimensions a little bit, there's another factor that needs to be taken into account as well. So obviously with your graphics card, you have, you know, obviously you have the normal length, width, and height, but there's also another important factor, which is the cable. So the cable, you know, when you plug in your power connector, it sticks out a little bit from the graphics card. So that is an important consideration when you're building a case. A lot of times, the graphics card may fit into the case, but the cable won't fit in.
Right. And if you bend it too much, that's a problem.
Right. So we, so in our definition that we provide to the manufacturers, we are setting basically 35 millimeters for the cable and also the cable bend radius as well.
Great.
So yeah, if you have a case and a card that has the call out on it, then it will fit.
Yay! Well, again, thank you for streamlining that for all of the enthusiast builders that are trying to do small form factor PCs out there. That's awesome. So moving on to some more new and upcoming NVIDIA technologies, let's talk a little bit about DLSS 3.5 as well as Ray Reconstruction and full ray tracing.
Yeah, so DLSS 3.5 is our latest suite of DLSS technologies. It encompasses a bunch of NVIDIA features for GeForce cards, like frame generation, right, which uses AI to actually generate an entire new frame.
Right.
Super resolution, which actually uses AI to upscale from a lower resolution so you can get much better performance in your games. And DLSS 3.5 introduced a new feature called Ray Reconstruction.
Yeah.
And Ray Reconstruction is another AI-based tool to help it uses an AI-based denoiser to denoise the ray traced image. So you'll notice in a lot of ray traced or path traced games, sometimes the reflection can look a little grainy, it's maybe slow to update, and that's due to the amount of rays that is being calculated. So with Ray Reconstruction, typically what's done in a ray trace game is the game developer will build a hand-tuned denoiser to try to remove the noise from the reflection and the ray traced image. So with Ray Reconstruction, we're using AI to do that, which is much more efficient, looks much better. So I actually have a few slides here.
I think we have a demo we can look at here of that specifically. And I love that normally I put ray tracing on max settings on my games and I'm so impressed. And what I'm hearing you say, Jacob, is no, that's nothing. Look at this.
Yeah, so this is an example. This is from Naraka Blade Point. This is Ray Reconstruction off versus Ray Reconstruction on. So you can see it's better to it's doing a better job of calculating basically the bounce from the light. So with ray tracing, it's actually calculating all the light rays from all the different sources. If you look around, I look around this Computex show floor, there's so many lights, and all of these lights are interacting with the different surfaces. So Ray Reconstruction just does a much more accurate job of representing that. And then also here, this is a shot from Portal Prelude.
Okay.
Which recently was updated to add Ray Reconstruction. And you can see here the default denoiser, if you look at the image on the left, it's having a hard time to basically represent the shadows properly.
Yes. Now, it's so interesting because, again, I would look at that image on the left and say, wow, look at this beautiful ray tracing until I see the image on the right, which, as you said, is much more detailed. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it does a much better job of kind of improving the image quality on ray traced images or full ray traced images. And one of the great features about it as well is there's virtually no performance hit as well by enabling it. Which is ridiculous in my mind, because when you're doing real-time ray tracing, which we have to do in video games because we are controlling the protagonist and what's being seen, as we're moving around, that is real-time computing that's happening to give us these details. And so for you to tell me that there's virtually no performance hit, that's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's the power of AI.
Huzzah!
Yeah.
Well, and that's the conversation around AI that I'm really most interested in, right?
Yeah.
Is how can it do some of the heavy lifting in terms of the tools that we use all the time?
Right,
to make our tools better.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing, if you look at a game, back to Ray Reconstruction real quick. We did have an announcement at Computex that Star Wars Outlaws is coming with Ray Reconstruction, so that's very exciting.
Woo! We love it. I'm so looking forward to that game, by the way.
Yeah, but going back to what we were talking about just now, if you look at a game like Alan Wake 2 or Cyberpunk, for example, those games have full ray tracing, or also known as path tracing, same word, same definition. Basically, 60 FPS would not be possible without DLSS, without frame generation. Alan Wake 2, if you look at Alan Wake 2 on a high-end graphics card, when you enable all these features, it looks amazing.
Yes.
But without DLSS, without frame gen at 4K, it's like around 20 to 30 FPS.
I'm sure.
And when you turn on DLSS, you turn on frame gen, you turn on Ray Reconstruction, it's over 100. It's a great gaming experience, and it looks awesome. So it basically would not be possible without all these technologies.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel you on that. I do a lot of max settings, ray tracing on high, tests on my Twitch stream whenever I can when a new game drops. And if it's stuttering, the very first thing we do is we pull down ray tracing settings.
Right.
That's what we're used to, but you're telling me we're moving into an era well that we're no longer being.
Yeah, I would say, you know, with, you know, you don't need to have the highest end card, you know, to enable ray tracing or even full ray tracing.
Yes.
You know, if you have a game that has DLSS, it has frame generation, you can enable those features and get a, you know, get a really good gaming experience still. So
bringing ray tracing to the masses.
Yeah, you could say.
I love it. I love it. That's awesome. Well, that's a very cool use. Thank you so much for showing us that and showing us that in the side by side. That is really, really awesome. Now, NVIDIA made some really big waves with some of its AI announcements and demos here at Computex, with a focus on how it will impact gamers. Can you speak more specifically to the role of AI within our gaming experiences?
Yeah, well, I mean, DLSS certainly is a big part of that. You know, DLSS was built on AI as a foundation, really. But there's more AI announcements that we have, actually a couple of which we announced here at Computex.
Yes.
And one of them is G-Assist. And actually, I feel the best way to represent this is to show, we have a video that we put together that's really awesome. Maybe you can load up that video.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get our G-Assist video ready to go here and check out.
Today, we're excited to share Project G-Assist, a demo showcasing how developers can enhance games and apps with AI assistance. Many games offer vast universes and rich gameplay systems to explore, each with its own intricacies and mechanics. Depth has become the cornerstone of some of the most captivating gaming experiences. Whether it's a new player trying a game for the first time, overwhelmed by massive skill trees, or a seasoned veteran looking for that perfect weapon to min-max that DPS build, many of us spend hours researching, scouring the internet to learn, to dig deeper, and ultimately enjoy more of what the game has to offer. This is where Project G-Assist comes in. It uses AI to make sure information is readily available whenever we need it. It works by taking in speech or a text prompt from the player, along with context from the screen, and then it feeds this into a large language model that is enhanced by the developer's game knowledge database. These AI models can run on the cloud or locally, accelerated by your GeForce RTX GPU. To show you what's possible, we've partnered with Studio Wildcard for a tech demonstration using Ark Survival Ascended. The assistant is your conduit for game-specific knowledge. You can ask it questions you often find yourself looking up online, like, what's the best early game weapon and where do I find the crafting materials for it?
The best early game weapon is the spear. It provides knockback and is essential for survival.
Not only does it know about the game, it can understand what's happening on the screen. Maybe you're staring at a dinosaur you're not familiar with and you want to know what it is or how to tame it. And because the assistant is context aware, it can tailor its recommendations to your playthrough. Say you've racked up enough points to level up or to unlock a crafting recipe, but you're just not sure what to go for next. And if you want to dive deeper into a topic, you can simply click on the response to learn more at the official wiki, for instance. These are just a few of many examples. But gamers often need help outside the game, too. Modern titles demand peak performance from our systems for a smooth and immersive experience. But with how configurable PC gaming can be, figuring out how to optimize your particular setup is often not straightforward. The AI assistant understands your system and can help tune and optimize it for you. It can provide insights into performance metrics, like FPS and PC latency, for example, and chart these for you as you tweak your PC for more responsiveness. It can scan your system to see if there's anything out of order, like not taking full advantage of your display's capabilities. You can ask it for recommendations to increase performance or efficiency. It may suggest optimal graphics settings for your particular setup, or even overclocking, or finding ways to consume less power while maintaining a target of 60 FPS, for example. And it'll actually do these things for you.
Your system has been optimized for performance per watt, with a minimum maintained frame rate of 60 FPS.
AI assistants will transform the way we engage with our favorite games and apps, and Project G-Assist is a glimpse into that future.
All right, now that is something that I have not really seen before, nor even thought would be something I need, but now I feel like I need it. So how did the idea for G-Assist come to be?
It's hilarious, actually. It has a very funny backstory. A lot of people may not actually know this. So a few years ago, NVIDIA, we put out an April Fool's joke. Teasing. Have you ever seen those little USB thumb drives? It looks like a graphics card, but it's a thumb drive.
Yes.
We put out an April Fool's joke, envisioning a future where you could use this little AI thumb drive to basically help you in your game and defeat bosses. And G-Assist, it was called G-Assist. And it's not quite 100% there, but it is a huge step towards that.
I knew I had heard that before. It was from an April Fool's joke.
That's where it came from.
That's
yeah,
hilarious.
and now it's a real thing. So yeah, G-Assist is basically an AI assistant that can help you in your game. So for example, in that demonstration there, we showed how it's able to help you craft things. You know, if there's an enemy or a dinosaur on the screen, it can help you identify that dinosaur. You know, one of the challenges with a lot of the big games today is they're so complex. They can be hard for a lot of people to get into.
That's true.
So the G-Assist can really help, you know, help more people get into these very complex games. So that's just one of the examples that we showed.
So it's like real-time wiki searching for you.
Yeah, exactly, but you can speak to it in natural language, either by typing on your keyboard or with your voice.
So if I'm playing ARC, it's like I have an ARC expert sitting next to me that I can just tap for info.
The ARC
as
expert,
needed.
yes, the ARC expert is always there. And the other cool thing about it is, you know, it's aware of, like, when you're looking at an object on the game, it's aware of what you're looking at, and it uses AI to basically collect the data from that and then give you an answer that's helpful to you.
Cool. I feel like there will be some folks out there that are like, hey, that's cheating, I'm not using that. But in terms of accessibility and making some of these games that are very complex playable for a lot of people out there, I think that's huge. Yeah. Also, when we talk about G-Assist, I think we have to talk about the fact that it can help you optimize options within the game.
Right, so that's the other part of G-Assist is, you know, and there's a lot of things that maybe, you know, we talk about game complexity, but there's a lot of things that are maybe complex for a new PC gamer to understand, you know, about like setting your monitor's refresh rate to the maximum refresh rate, things like that. So, you know, this can help with that as well. It can help optimize your settings. Yes. It can help optimize the game settings as well. Yes. It can also, you know, if you want to look at your FPS, your frames per second over the last 60 seconds, chart me a graph of the frame rate of my last 60 seconds.
And you could just say that and it would do it.
You can just, yep, you can just say that and then it'll create a chart for you, which is pretty handy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you could just ask it something like, hey, why is my game not performing as well as I want it to?
Yes,
it could give you some
suggestions on, you know, things that you can do to maybe improve the performance, you know, maybe some settings you can disable or system optimization settings.
Yeah, so, again, if you're new to PC gaming, you may not be aware of, you know, wanting to set like, I don't know, a frame rate cap or something like that to match your display.
Yeah, and there is a lot of people that are continually getting into PC gaming for the first time, and a lot of this can be pretty overwhelming for them. So I think G-Assist is really a way to help, you know, help point them in the right directions, or help give them the guidance, or help give them, you know, be an assistant to them to help them with their PC gaming needs.
And now, does it only work with certain software titles, or will it be pretty universal?
Yeah, so we do want to frame this correctly. It is a project, so it is a very early project and you know, we are working with several game developers, and also community as well, to kind of put this together. And you know, I think the possibility is really, you know, we kind of only really scratch the surface of what is possible with this. So I think the future looks pretty exciting.
Well, I mean, that's the idea of shows like a CES or a Computex, you know, where we're getting a look at things that are in this ideation phase, that are even a little bit beyond that are really coming together as we speak, and it feels a bit like a peek into the future. But I'm envisioning a future where I could be on stream and realize I forgot to turn on subtitles for my viewers.
There
you know, something like that, and I could just, rather than having to pause the game, excuse myself from chat, go through my settings, find where subtitles are, I could just ask G-Assist.
Right, yeah.
Or, you know, something very spicy turns on in my game, and I have to say, oh, streamer mode on, streamer mode on, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of possibilities over there, right? So that's the exciting thing about it.
That is very exciting. And again, here we are talking about artificial intelligence being used in terms of the tools that can make our lives a little bit better. This fits right up there with that.
Yep.
Now, there's also, in terms of specifically gaming technology, there was a demo that was shown off that I know I got to see at CES that I think we have some updates on.
Right, yes.
And that's Nvidia ACE.
Nvidia ACE, yep.
Yep, okay, tell me a little bit more about what's going on with ACE.
Maybe can we flip to the slides again?
Okay.
So we do have an ACE update for you. And I'll kind of go over the, you know, for anybody who's not familiar with ACE, I'll go over some of the basics of it.
Yep. Yep. All right, so let's see. Are we waiting to see if
did it come up?
Our image.
Oh, okay. Our monitor's a little bit. It's fine. Okay. All right, so we're at this. Okay, so So let's talk a little bit about digital avatars, right?
Okay.
There's digital avatars. Digital avatars everywhere in games, you interact with them. So specifically for gaming, if you look at the digital avatars that are today, that we have today, they're pretty shallow, very scripted.
Did you make that digital avatar to be me?
No, I didn't.
Because it kind of looks like me.
It kind of does, yeah. At least I didn't make this slide, so maybe it was. I'm not sure.
Maybe. I'll ponytail it for the next stream. But yeah, I mean, you're correct. The digital avatars leave a bit to be desired.
Yeah. They're pretty, they're not very complex today.
No.
So Nvidia ACE is our new technology to help make the digital avatars feel more human. You can interact with them in a more human way. So for example, with ACE, we're taking the user's input, so we talk into the mic, and then it's using Riva automatic speech recognition to basically receive your voice, and then it translates that using the Neurotron LLM, so it generates a response based on what you're saying or typing. So it gets the response to you, and then it uses Riva text-to-speech to basically take that text and then translate it to speech in the game. And then it uses audio to face. Obviously, these are not pre-scripted, so there is no facial animations for these. So the facial animations, the game or the demo has no idea what the avatar is going to say. Neither do we. So it needs to basically do that in real time, and that's audio to face.
Okay.
And that is actually done either in the cloud or on the PC locally. It can be done either way. And we are using, so to do this, we're using the in-world backend. So the backend, a lot of people think like, oh, you click a button, then an NPC appears in the game. But actually, it's very complex to create these characters. If you think about it, if you have a digital NPC in a game, this NPC has an entire story, right? They had a whole life. They grew up somewhere. They have friends. They have hobbies. All this stuff.
Yes.
So this all needs to be built into the character's backstory. So you can see that's actually just like a quarter of it, basically. You have to essentially write an entire story about this character.
So that would be someone in games narration writing this entire backstory?
Right, yeah. Someone within the game studio that would be basically creating an entire story for this character. If we ask the character, where did you go to school? They obviously need to have an answer for that. So we're creating an entire profile for this character. You can also set things like their personality, are they, how nice are they? Things like
right
that.
now I'm thinking very Sims, where we're like, all right, they're romantic, they like books, and
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
So, all right, so can we flip off the slides now?
All right.
All right, so we're gonna go to our demo here. I do want to preface it by saying we are at Computex. There's a lot of things going on, and it is an early tech demo, so I just want to...
Well, it's a really cool tech demo, and yes, again, just to give the caveat that we are here at Computex, there are a lot of signals flying in many different directions. Our wireless is spotty, as is everyone's here, as we're all competing for the same wireless network. So we'll see how this goes. We are doing it live, but we're going to do our best to bring this demo to you so that you can see it in action, hopefully. All the fingers crossed.
Okay, you can flip back to the game. All right, so this is Covert Protocol, so it is a tech demo. So this is it's not a game. It is a tech demo that we put together that basically can show the possibilities. What is possible? Are you seeing that? Okay, yeah. All right, so let me go ahead and start this. I'm going to give you kind of a little introduction. You are actually playing a character in this story.
Okay.
So it's going to give you a little introduction first, so we'll show that first.
This is a technical demonstration designed to showcase certain AI NPC functionalities through a focused vertical slice. While not a complete game, this demo offers a limited but illustrative experience of AI NPC's capabilities. In this demo, you assume the role of Detective Marcus Pierce. Your objective is to uncover the hotel room number of Martin Davis, a corrupt business executive. Upon starting the game, you'll meet James, the hotel bellboy. Engage with him to begin your investigation and take time to explore the surroundings. Here, you will also encounter Diego Menendez, a business partner of Martin Davis. Interacting with Diego is essential to achieve your goal.
All right, so hopefully that, yeah. So in this demo, you are playing as a detective. Your name is Marcus Pierce.
Okay.
And your goal is to find the hotel room number for somebody named Martin Davis, who in this story is a corrupt business executive. And so your goal is to basically find his room number. Okay. So you can do that by...
I mean, can we just talk about the reflections on the shiny floor?
Yes, you can talk about anything. Yes, fully ray traced.
That's where my eye goes first thing.
Yeah, check out these fully ray traced
Look at those shiny floors as we move around.
All right, so we can go up to here. This is...
Welcome to Hotel
This is James, by the way.
Oh, hello, James.
And we can talk to him. So we can say, I mean, you can basically ask him anything.
Well, chat, if you have any special requests that we should ask James, please let us know. And
so we can start by maybe asking Martin Davis's room number. So we can say...
Oh, right off the bat.
Yeah, maybe he'll give it to us. Probably not. Can you tell me what Martin Lane's room number is?
Sorry, sir. Privacy policy forbids me from
we weren't able to, he's not able to
but I do
tell
have a
us.
funny story about a guest who accidentally walked into the wrong room and ended up in an awkward situation with a celebrity.
Okay, hold to talk.
All right. Oh, you want to say something? Okay, you ready?
Tell me more. I want to hear this story. That's perfect.
Oops.
Well, let's just say that the cocktail he had
so again, this
played a role in his confusion. But don't worry, sir. Our bartenders are top notch and won't mix up your orders.
So again, like I said, all of these characters, they have entire backstories. So for example, this character here, James, he loves to make drinks. So he knows all about drinks. So that's why he started talking about drinks, because that's
right into the cocktails.
He's a drink enthusiast, you could say.
That's what he likes.
Yep.
All right, Yoshi in chat wants to know if James can explain the hotel's privacy policy to us.
Okay, you want to try?
Yeah. So what exactly is this hotel's privacy policy?
Oh, it's nothing too complicated. Just a way to keep things interesting for our staff members. Makes for some great stories to tell during bathroom breaks that we never get to take.
So this goes into another part of his story. So in this story, James is incredibly busy. So you can notice all of the luggage around him. So in his story, he hasn't had time to even take a bathroom break because he's so busy in this. Yes, in the story. All right, so we can move on. We can move on in here. So there's a few other characters that we can interact with.
Okay.
There's another. There's another character here. His name's Jason. This guy is, he likes to tell jokes. So you can ask him to tell you a joke.
Wow.
Or, I mean, you can really ask him anything, but,
All right, Nuru in chat says, what's the hotel Wi-Fi password?
You want to ask?
Thanks. Excuse me, sir. Do you know this hotel's Wi-Fi password?
Oh, hello there. Welcome to Hotel Wabber. We're glad to have you here. The BioFuture Horizon Conference representative. I can provide you with conference information and maybe some cheesy jokes too. Hotel's front desk manager, Sylvia, would be the best person to ask for the Wi-Fi password. Have you checked out the conference schedule yet?
So
it's going to be an exciting event.
To check the front desk. So this is the front desk.
Hello, sir.
So we can ask her again for Martin Davis's room number if you want to try.
What's your Wi-Fi password at this hotel?
Our Wi-Fi password is exclusively provided to our guests upon check-in.
Yeah, we're not a real guest yet. May I help you with any other inquiries? This would probably be best for our last person, but Karabanog wants to know a dad joke. Let's see if she's got any. Do you know any dad jokes?
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with dad jokes. However, I can assure you that we have a talented entertainment team that will make your stay at Hotel Wabra memorable. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
So that's the really kind of interesting, cool thing about this demo is, you know, all of these characters, they all have different personalities.
Yes.
So Sophia here, she is she's very like, she follows the corporate, she doesn't like to have fun, it seems like, in her job here. So, if you talk to any of the other...
She's had a bad day, maybe she just had a breakup, who knows?
But, like if you talk to him or James in the front, they are kind of like more lighthearted, they may joke around, things like that. So, each of these is crafted by basically the developers, how they want these characters to react. So I guess we can try to continue our objective.
So, I mean, how much of the backstory do the developers have to feed into this? in order to get this really lifelike NPC conversation?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, like I was saying before, all of these characters have a really extensive background about, you know, like if you were to ask Sophia, like, where did she go to school? You know, she would be able to tell you where she went to school, who her friends with, what are her favorite things to eat, what does she like to do, you know, outside of work, you know, things like that, because it was all written into her backstory.
Right, so it's just kind of it's changing the process from scripting out specific lines to scripting out a full backstory.
Right, exactly.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so we can ask her here. Hello, can you tell me Martin Davis's room number?
I'm sorry, but I'm unable to disclose.
All right, we lost him.
She can't give it to us.
Okay.
That's what, you know what she said? You have privacy issues. We got to shut the whole thing down. Get out of here with your nosy
All right, well, like I said, it is a tech demo. We are in the middle of Computex, so let's load it up again.
That's what we're doing here today. I think that was a great point for her to completely shut down our nosy business.
This is a technical demonstration designed to showcase certain
awesome.
AI.
Thank you so much for showcasing that tool to us. That's really cool. Is there anything else in the ACE demo you still want to show us?
Yeah, I think we can go back to it real quick.
Yeah.
Is it up there?
Let's see. Yep, we've got it here.
All right, so we can go back.
Hello,
Let's try
sir.
again.
Is there anything I could assist you with?
Hey, you can ask her, what is Martin Davis's room number?
What is Martin Davis's room number? I am supposed to meet him.
I apologize, but I'm not at liberty to give out room information.
Okay, so she's not going to give you the room number.
Yeah, no,
I can
she's
arrange
not.
for a message
So
to be
you know, like I said,
delivered
this is actually a vertical slice of what a game could potentially look like.
Okay.
So we have one more character over here. If we go talk to him, and this is Martin's business partner.
That must be Diego.
So his name's Diego. So you can talk to him and perhaps ask him for Martin's room number.
Hello, Diego. Good to see you again. You remember me, right?
Yes, I remember you.
Okay, he says he remembers us. It might be a lie. That's all.
Yeah, that's all he wants to say. So right now he is very busy.
He's a man of few words.
Yes, he's Martin's business partner.
Need to find a way to blend in. Conference attendee style.
He's
Might just
a
do the
presenter
trick.
at this conference, so he's really busy right now. And he's actually in the story. I'll kind of, you can poke around, but I'll kind of spoil it a little bit.
Okay.
He's very preoccupied with his line of work right now, so he doesn't really want to pay attention to you. So, what you need to do. This is spoiler alert.
Yeah, we're getting a walkthrough right here. I'm not even needing to sleuth around.
So if you go back here, and again, this is all stuff that would happen like if you were playing a game, for example, by looking around and finding clues. So what you're looking for is this right here. This is a conference badge, okay? So we take the conference badge.
This disguise suits me just fine.
All right, so now we have the conference badge. So if we go back to Diego over here, because now we are an official conference member.
Oh, he'll treat us differently.
He pays a little bit more attention to us.
I see.
Diego Menendez, heard a lot about you. I'm Alex Miller, here for the BioFuture Horizon. Really psyched about your keynote.
Alex Miller, huh? Thought you were one of those tourists who can't resist striking up conversations with anyone in the
rude.
lobby. You see,
Diego.
I've got a lot on my plate prepping for tomorrow's keynote with Martin Davis.
Okay.
I'm running way behind on my part. So, Alex, what did you
So again, he's still pretty busy. He's not going to give you the room number even if you tried.
Okay.
He wants to get back to his speech. So throughout talking to him, as you kind of talk to him more, you will find out that he's actually quite concerned about getting into his room on time. Because the rooms are all delayed.
Yes.
So if you say something that will get him to talk to the front desk, that might trigger the next step in this game. So you can say, why don't you say something like, hey, I heard from the front desk that your room is flooded or something.
Oh,
There's so many different ways you can do it, but that's one of the ways.
All right, chat, what should we tell him happened with his room? Let me know what disaster happened in this gentleman's room.
That's just one. There's basically an infinite ways to trigger this, but that's one of the ways.
Agent Dave says his room caught fire.
All right, you want to try?
I'm so sorry. I heard that your room caught fire. You might want to go talk to the front desk.
Wait, what? My room caught fire? That's news to me. And here, the front desk told me it would be ready in just a few minutes.
Did he buy it? I don't know.
So you can kind of press them again, like you better go check. I heard it's true or something like that.
It's true. You better go check with them.
Concerning. Who did you hear this from?
So you want to make sure that you heard it from
Sophie at the front desk.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Directly from Sophie at the front desk.
Just great. Looks like it's time for me to go demand some answers from the staff. This is not how a luxury hotel should handle things.
No, this is not how a luxury hotel should handle things.
So you can see it triggered the next step, and he says, I need to go talk to Martin.
Now, do we just need to eavesdrop, or are we going to follow him like a real creeper?
We'll follow him like a real creeper.
Okay.
Well, actually, we can just eavesdrop from back here. Probably less conspicuous.
Yes, good. Well, do we have to hide in tall grass so they don't know we're there?
No. So you can see he asked to ring Martin, and he said the room number is 807. So that's how we were able to get the room number.
Now we know the room number. No answer from 807.
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
And basically that's the end of the demo. So you can see we completed our objective.
We did, with quite a lot of help from Jacob.
Yeah, right. I've done it a few times. But like I said, there is literally, I've seen this done so many different times. There are so many other ways that you can trigger him to go talk to the front desk. That's just one of the million ways that you can do it. And there's probably a bunch of other ways that we've never even tried before. So
very cool.
So yeah, that's a little look at ACE and what it could potentially do for the future of games. And yeah, it's really exciting stuff.
So what stage is ACE in right now? Is this all still very prototype?
It's still very early. We are working with developers directly to integrate this into next generation games.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for that demo. I think you can hear this explained multiple times, but until you really see it in action, it's just a lot easier to understand it once you get really hands-on with it. Okay, awesome. So that's what NVIDIA's got going on in terms of new technology specifically for gamers. Now let's talk a little bit about NVIDIA's partnership with Cooler Master.
Yeah.
What can viewers expect from this collaboration after Computex?
Yeah, well, obviously NVIDIA's had a really long history with Cooler Master, and it's great to see. And we are working on all kinds of new initiatives all the time. Like for example, this the Ncore 100 system here, which is SFF GeForce Enthusiast ready.
Okay.
So we work closely with them on defining these specs to help build this initiative around small form factors, and you'll continue to see more initiatives like that.
Nice, that's awesome. Well, we love to see that. We love to see the collaboration. And I do really feel like a lot of the messaging at NVIDIA's keynote, in particular here at Computex, is focusing on different types of consumers and offering something out there for everyone. Now, obviously, Jacob and I are both people who enjoy video games.
Yes.
Cooler Master is a brand that really caters to gamers, so we've been talking a lot about NVIDIA's technology specifically focused on gamers.
Yeah.
But NVIDIA's here also talking about technology specifically for professional workstations and for creators too, right? Can you speak a little bit to those?
Yeah, so a lot of the AI initiatives that we are working on is also built for creators. You can imagine the amount of different use cases that AI has for creators. We had a bunch of announcements at Computex about some of the new stuff that we're working on for creator community. Also GeForce, we talked about a lot of it here, but there's even more that we didn't cover. Like we have a brand new control panel actually coming that's called the Nvidia app. We released a new beta, it's a beta right now, we released a new update today that adds even more features to the control panel, including overclocking and cool stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, and of course, with the workstation and enterprise side, there's always new advancements there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good times. It's good times.
Lots to read about if you've been seeing all the press releases. All right, Jacob, is there anything else that we didn't cover today that maybe you want to tell our viewers at home that don't have a chance to be here at Computex in person?
Well, I mean, there's so much going on. There's always more we could cover, but I think we covered the bulk of kind of certainly the GeForce side of the announcements. But it's really exciting times, I would say, right now in the industry. There's so much cool stuff happening, and there is a lot of talk today about AI use cases, just for not even like outside of gaming, but I think the thing that we'll really start to see is more and more AI use cases for, we're already starting to see a bunch of use cases for AI in gaming, and like we showed with ACE and all the other technologies that we're working on, and we'll continue to see more of that. So yeah, it's pretty exciting times.
It certainly is. All right, Jacob, thank you so much for being here with
Thank
us
you.
today, taking time out of your busy Computex schedule. We appreciate it. Folks, thank you so much for staying here with us at the SPARK, live from the Cooler Master booth here at Computex 2024. We will be back in just a moment with another peek behind the curtain and an up-close look at some of the Cooler Master systems I know you've been dying to see because I see you asking about them in chat. Stay tuned, we'll be back on the hour.
Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Max series. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 Mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4 pin one. We also have a short 6+2 pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, To better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but two PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. Alright, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max comes with a custom-built Master Liquid 360 Atmos, built exclusively for this case. The Master Liquid 360 Atmos featured in the TD500 Max has a thicker 38mm radiator versus the regular Atmos, and is bundled with 3 of our Mobius 120p ARGB fans. These fully in-house designed Mobius fans have quite an interesting origin, as they were first created for industrial cooling needs. Achieving noise levels below 30 decibels at maximum capacity and backed by a 5-year warranty, we thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PSU. This PSU features a large high-quality Japanese capacitor, and in addition, this PSU comes with Cooler Master's durable 90-degree 12-volt high-power cable. As you can see, the 90-degree angle increases lifespan and safety by reducing the stress placed on the cable when you plug it into the GPU. While the GX2 Gold 850 watt will be sufficient for virtually any single GPU configuration available today, if you would want to upgrade your PSU in the future, both the GX3 1250 Gold and the V Platinum 1600 V2 can be easily swapped in. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thank you for watching, and please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. And feel free to click the link in the description below to check out the TD500 Max. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Mac series. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4-pin one. We also have a short 6+2-pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but 2 PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. All right, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max comes with a custom-built Master Liquid 360 Atmos, built exclusively for this case. The Master Liquid 360 Atmos featured in the TD500 Max has a thicker 38mm radiator versus the regular Atmos, and is bundled with 3 of our Mobius 120p ARGB fans. These fully in-house designed Mobius fans have quite an interesting origin, as they were first created for industrial cooling needs. Achieving noise levels below 30 decibels at maximum capacity and backed by a 5-year warranty, we thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PSU. This PSU features a large high-quality Japanese capacitor, and in addition, this PSU comes with Cooler Master's durable 90-degree 12-volt high-power cable. As you can see, the 90-degree angle increases lifespan and safety by reducing the stress placed on the cable when you plug it into the GPU. While the GX2 Gold 850 watt will be sufficient for virtually any single GPU configuration available today, if you would want to upgrade your PSU in the future, both the GX3 1250 Gold and the V Platinum 1600 V2 can be easily swapped in. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thank you for watching, and please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. And feel free to click the link in the description below to check out the TD500 Max. Thank you.
excellent to be here with you. It's amazing, and all these PCs, so I'm happy.
So many PCs. I feel like at Computex it's a little bit PC overload because there's so many beautiful
There's
PCs.
no such thing as overload.
Well,
I'm sorry.
It's hard to take in after a while, all of the lights. But for those of you at home who are not here at Computex and not getting to see all of the beauty we're getting to see, we want to show you just a little bit of that here at Cooler Master's booth. So we've got some of the Cooler Master systems here with us, and when we say systems, we mean systems that are plug and play. I know everyone at Cooler Master loves to build their own, but every now and then, it's nice to have someone else do it for you.
I guess. There's a bunch of reasons to do it, I guess.
Let's actually talk about that, because I feel like that's a really fun conversation to have. In an ecosystem where for a while, I feel like the conversation was very build your own heavy and nothing else would do. But it's good to highlight the pros and cons of each.
I would say so, like especially being PCMR, and PCMR we're very pro build your own, make your picks, ask questions and do it because it's easy, but there's a bunch of reasons not to. You might not be comfortable with it.
Sure.
You might just like a particular system way too much and don't think you're capable of creating it. Or you just want to get something that's easy, that works for you, that is super powerful and just can get you going right away. There's nothing particularly wrong with that too. You're welcome to the world of PCs the same.
Welcome to the world of PC gaming. I also think it's lovely to have maybe one warranty to reference should things go wrong, instead of a different for every component.
The legal components.
Like that's really nice. Other bonuses is people that are hesitant to get into DIY PC building but are interested. I think a good first baby step, toe in the water, can be to get a system like the systems that Cooler Master has that are fully upgradable.
Exactly.
So you can start to do things little by little on your own in a way that might not feel so overwhelming.
Perfect.
Like you want to upgrade your storage or your RAM or your GPU, taking it little by little.
100%, you get a system. It's not like you can tweak it, change it, and make it your own, right? You just need a base point to start, so this is one of them, for sure.
Yes, and if you're going to do that, again, highly recommend starting with something like the Cooler Master systems that we have here behind us, because they're going to be very easy for you to upgrade and learn about your own system. So right now, we're standing in front of the Half 5 Pro. Again, these are completely ready-to-go systems that you can get from Cooler Master, which of course have Cooler Master's exceptional cooling baked right in. Really nice performance with Intel Core processors, Nvidia graphics cards. Now these are specifically designed to run demanding AAA titles at 60 plus FPS on full HD plus resolution. So great to pick up now. You may, if you really want to get enthusiast later on, might want to swap out some stuff if you upgraded your 4K display or something like that.
And one of the good parts is that it even comes with a platinum 1300 watts Cooler Master PSU, so this means you can pretty much upgrade it for years without having to worry about anything.
Yeah, a 1300 watt Cooler Master PSU is definitely going to keep you going for quite some time. Exactly. This does come with 16 gigabytes DDR4, a 1 terabyte NVMe PCIe SSD baked into it, and again, because it's Cooler Master, you know that it's going to run at great performance, very cool, with advanced heat pipe technology, and it has the legendary Hyper 212, the 212 cooler, which of course gives efficient heat dissipation. Again, even when you're running it at max performance, this is going to stay nice and cool for you, which is great, with no overheating. So that's the Half 5 Pro, and we have specific spec'd out builds of it here, but you'll find all the information on that on coolermaster.com, should you want to check it out. But these are beautiful systems.
Yeah, I mean, I can't lie. Like, I'm a sucker for RGB. I'm not sure if you are.
Oh,
not as much
I
as me.
am. No, I definitely am.
Okay.
As many unicorn colors as you can put in my PC. In fact, right now in my studio I have a 2PC setup. One is a black case with rainbow RGB and one is a white case with rainbow RGB.
Okay, you have good tastes.
Yeah,
okay,
I try.
I'll give you that.
I
I'll
try.
give you that.
What's your setup at home look like?
I mean, the same. So
Okay.
it's RGB everywhere. That's the
RGB
most important
everywhere.
part. Yeah, just
It is.
hardware and RGB.
So those are our setups at home. This is a setup here, but we have more setups here that we can show you if we had just right around the corner. So let's go ahead and do that. Come on through, everybody. Oh boy, here we go. All right, we are coming over to look at the NR2 Pro that we have over here. And I love that it says power that defies size. as a petite person myself. Judge me not by my size. But yes, this is a fantastic tiny unit that, of course, because it's made by Cooler Master, is going to run nice and cool. And I'd love to pick your brain on this, Pedro, because I don't do small form factor building. When you're doing small form factor building, how do you even begin to approach thermals?
It's much harder because it's the laws of physics, right? You have a lot less space, so heat tends to be a bigger issue.
Yes.
Now, like you mentioned, in this case, even though small, it's quite ventilated, so that helps a lot. When you approach a build of this size, you usually have problems with fitting parts in. It's very basic, but it's the biggest problem you have. So for something like a pre-built, I would say SFF is probably one of the things that makes the most sense.
Okay.
Especially because people who go for SFF builds, they do it either because they really like the style of small form factor, but just sometimes it's because it makes sense, like on their home, like they don't want to. Yeah.
Totally.
So that's usually the type of person who would go for something easier to just buy and put in their living room. That looks great, and this really does look great.
It does. So it has the ventilated sides like you mentioned, but this also has a 280 millimeter Cooler Master all-in-one liquid cooler with a third generation CPU pump in it. So very, very efficient heat dissipation coming out of the NR2 Pro. And yeah, in such a small form factor, it's really nice to see. Speaking of nice to see, I know a lot of folks in chat have been asking to see the Shark X.
Special.
Now that it's finally available to get your hands on, so we're going to move on over to the Shark X and check that out. Whoop, here we go, coming on through. All right, thank you everyone. All right, let's see. So we've got the Shark X here in both the white and the black, but let's take a look at it in the black, since I feel like a lot of folks have seen it in the white before. Now it's available for you to finally get hands on this year, but how fun is this PC?
I would say, let me tell you, Trisha, the original Shark mod was part of the Cooler Master World Series competition.
Yes.
Many years ago, I was one of the judges for that competition.
You were?
I was.
Oh my gosh.
And I specifically remember seeing it for the first time and just going, wow. And to this day, this might be my favorite example of modding. I just love, I don't know if it's the Shark, the size, even, you can see it and it looks huge, but like in real life, it's just so big, it's so beautiful. This is exactly what I think modding is. Like, it's a PC that is also art, and this is everything for me. Do you like it?
Oh my gosh, ever since I first saw it at CES, 2 years ago, I think, I fell in love. In fact, I think I tweeted out a picture and said, what are we naming the Shark? To which everyone said, like, Bodie McBoatface and internet stuff like that, you know, clearly. But chat, feel free to name the Shark yourself right now at Computex. Whatever you'd like to name it, we'll you know, maybe go with the most popular or maybe not. It's up to you. But this does ship fully built, which I think is a question a lot of people have about it, especially because it's so big.
Yeah, that's one of the things that makes the most sense to get something like this. Just the idea of being able to purchase something like this, I think is really special, because this is probably the first time where something of this scale can be purchased in this sense. So this is a mod, and mods by definition are something unique. There's something that is made by a very specialized, usually just one person or a very small group of people, just being able to make it available to the masses, because this is obviously a very, it's not for everyone, but this is a dream build for sure. And now you can get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I want one of these. I'm not sure if I can take one of these.
I don't think you and I are allowed to leave with them from Computex.
It won't fit my bag.
Specifically? I mean, we can always ask. We can always ask. But for any of you watching at home that are interested in getting one of these Sharks for yourself, I wrote down the specs here. I have them on my phone. What you'll get in this is very, very high performance. We've got a 14th gen Intel Core i7, RTX 4070 Ti, 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, a 1 terabyte M.2 PCIe 4.0 SSD, as well as all of that's on a Gigabyte Z790i RS Ultra Mini ITX motherboard. And of course, it has, right under here, Cooler Master's 120 AIO liquid cooler. And it's rocking an SFX 850 watt gold PSU. Now, I will say another really impressive part about this is that all those specs I just read are fully upgradable. It's all fully upgradable, of course, to the Mini ITX standard. So as long as it will fit there, you're good to go.
As long as it fits.
But this is honestly, it's a fan favorite, very unique design from Cooler Master.
Yeah,
and
absolutely fabulous.
So many people are just blown away that you can actually get hands on it now.
And it's RGB
really
too,
cool.
so everything is perfect.
Yes, and again, we have it both here in the white and in the dark variety, so we'll make sure that we get lots of coverage of both of those for you. But honestly, I feel like Cooler Master coming out with plug-and-play systems for consumers that either don't have the time or for whatever reason would rather buy pre-built.
Yeah, it's always positive to bring people to the community. There's no reason not to be in the PC community. Come.
I agree. Come join us in the PC gaming community. All right, folks, thank you so much for tuning in for our little walk around the booth, checking out some of Cooler Master's latest and greatest systems here at Computex. But stay tuned because speaking of PC modding, Pedro and I will be right back speaking with Liquid House. So we'll see you in just a bit. So fun.
It's awesome. It's a beautiful mod.
Here, we'll just look in the shark.
Yeah.
All
It
right.
really is something. I think they should make those.
Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Mac series. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 Mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4 pin one. We also have a short 6+2 pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but 2 PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. All right, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max comes with a custom-built Master Liquid 360 Atmos. Built exclusively for this case. The Master Liquid 360 Atmos feature in the TD500 Max has a thicker 38mm radiator versus the regular Atmos, and is bundled with 3 of our Mobius 120p ARGB fans. These fully in-house designed Mobius fans have quite an interesting origin, as they were first created for industrial cooling needs. Achieving noise levels below 30 decibels at maximum capacity and backed by a 5-year warranty, we thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PSU. This PSU features a large, high-quality Japanese capacitor, and in addition, this PSU comes with Cooler Master's durable 90-degree 12-volt high-power cable. As you can see, the 90-degree angle increases lifespan and safety by reducing the stress placed on the cable when you plug it into the GPU. While the GX2 Gold 850 watt will be sufficient for virtually any single GPU configuration available today, if you would want to upgrade your PSU in the future, both the GX3 1250 Gold and the V Platinum 1600 V2 can be easily swapped in. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thank you for watching, and please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. And feel free to click the link in the description below to check out the TD500 Max. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Mac series. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4-pin one. We also have a short 6+2-pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but 2 PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. All right, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max comes with a custom-built Master Liquid 360 Atmos, built exclusively for this case. The Master Liquid 360 Atmos featured in the TD500 Max has a thicker 38mm radiator versus the regular Atmos, and is bundled with 3 of our Mobius 120p ARGB fans. These fully in-house designed Mobius fans have quite an interesting origin, as they were first created for industrial cooling needs. Achieving noise levels below 30 decibels at maximum capacity and backed by a 5-year warranty, we thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PC.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the SPARK Live from Cooler Master's booth here at Computex 2024. My name's Trisha, I'm joined by Pedro, and we are so excited to have John and Ellie from Liquid House here with us for this next segment to talk PC modding. No better place to talk PC modding than here at Computex, is that right?
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both for being here. Now, for anyone who might not already be familiar with your content, can you give us just a very brief overview as to what you do?
Sure. So we are Liquid House, and we specialize in creating functional art with computers. We believe that every computer should be built to express the person that built it as much as possible. You know, every computer can be unique and personalized to the person that owns it, that uses, that plays it, that works on it. You know, it doesn't have to be a traditional box case. You know, it can be an open air build that's colorful and crazy, water cooled. You know, the sky's the limit. You know, and so we try and emulate that as much as possible with our builds. And you know, some of our builds are crazy and wacky and all over the top, but you know, that's the very motif of what we do here at Liquid House. So we're very happy to announce a really cool special project here with Cooler Master today, and we're really proud and excited to show it off.
We will definitely show it off because it's gorgeous. But when you mention things like, you know, really having a PC that represents the person who's using it, right?
Right.
Pedro, I feel like we were just talking about, in our last segment, talking about how pre-builds offer a really nice solution for one type of consumer, but now there's another type of consumer that might want something really special and unique just to them, and that's where we get into this greater conversation. How much do you see the idea of customization and unique personalization in the PC building community?
I think it's the basis of it. For me,
right.
PC means freedom. So freedom can be expressed in multiple ways. I think modding is probably the other extreme of what we were just seeing with the pre-builds. In this case, we're approaching, I think, art, right?
Yes,
so it's not art with a PC inside. That's something very different. It's a PC that is transformed to be a piece of art. And that's, for me, that's what modding is. And the personalization, the freedom to create something, like John mentioned well, I think is really what makes PC, for me, I know many will disagree, but for me and for many, the best platform there is.
I mean, I think a lot of folks watching Cooler Master stream are going to agree with you.
In particular, yes, hopefully.
Absolutely.
I think that's the case, but it's interesting that you say the PC itself is the art. It's not a PC built within art. So I want to toss this next question to John and Ellie. When people talk about PC modding, is there a kind of specific delineation between, like, I 3D printed this really cool case and then put a PC inside of it, versus I designed the innards of this PC in such a way that it isn't of itself as art? Is there like a difference, would you say, between those things, or are they all encompassed within the term PC modding?
I think it could be all encompassing, you know, and I think that's part of the fun part of this conversation, you know. There is no real limit in terms of the different approach you can take when building a PC, or then therefore modding a PC, you know. Obviously you can grab a 3D printer, they're so easy to buy nowadays, and find some prints online, and then fill your computer case with a bunch of your favorite, you know, video game characters that you printed yourself, you know.
Sure.
That in and of itself is a PC mod, because you are modifying your PC to make it your own. That being said, you know, we approach it a little bit differently, especially in regards to bringing in water cooling into the factor, because there's so much more that you can do in terms of the water cooling aspects of things that will just take a computer to the next level. And we believe that so wholeheartedly that we have kind of guided our own builds in the way that, like, okay, water cooling is great, it works for performance, you know, you can really push your computer to the next level, but it can also be a complete statement in its own right that's also completely fully functional in its own right as well. And so that's kind of basically what our main goal with every build is to go crazy, make it a functional art piece that in every aspect, there's a reason, a very specific reason for each and every aspect of that build.
Yes. No, I mean, it's right there in the name, Liquid House, but you two specialize in water-cooled builds, yes?
Yes. Obviously, you know, we love air cooling and air-cooled AIOs as well, you know, because, you know, not everyone's going to jump into the world of water cooling right away.
I mean, I'm going to point to myself in that. I have never done custom loop cooling. I am an AIO only kind of gal for now. Not to say I won't venture there in the future.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
But yeah, I mean, I'm scared to death something's going to leak inside my PC. But you know, so we all move in steps, right?
Yes.
But I feel like you two are really like the epitome of the beautiful water-cooled PCs that we see at a show like Computex.
Well, thank you so much for that. We try our best, we put our best foot forward, you know, and we just love this so much, you know, and that's one of the best parts about working with Cooler Master is they have the passion that we have to push the limit and make something so much more than what it can be originally. And always pushing the envelope, always kind of demanding more of yourself, saying, you know what, that was really awesome, but how are we going to one-up ourselves the next time around, you know?
Love it.
And that's, you know, that's what we do every single time. You know, Ellie just finished a Pro Art build with ASUS, and it's immaculate. You know, people are really loving it, and she did it all on her own, and she emulated the very essence of Liquid House, and she absolutely killed it, you know? So like, there's so many different ways to tackle aesthetics in a build to match whatever hardware that you may be selecting, or, you know, whatever hardware that may be available in your region, things like that. There's so many ways to personalize the build to make it your own and be so much more proud of the hard money and hard work that you use to spend on that money, you know? So yeah, there's just so many ways to go about it that we just love this so much.
Yeah, it really is quite impressive. I have had the opportunity to witness some of your builds in person over the years, and they are gorgeous. So folks, you are in for a treat as we really dive in. But before we do that, I do want to remind everybody watching, this is live, so if you have any questions for John and Ellie, feel free to ask them in chat. Pedro and I have our very fancy chat machines here that we can get your questions from, so feel free to ask those. But I'm going to ask a question of my own. How did you two get started?
Well, I think that's a question that Ellie should answer, honestly. Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely.
well, I would love to. I mean, we both are PC enthusiasts. We're both gamers, right? I think, well, John and I, when we first met, John was already into the PC modding space.
Okay.
I, at the time, didn't even realize that PCs were even still a thing. I thought we had kind of moved over, I know, to laptops and tablets. I thought we were living in this world of laptops and tablets.
You thought desktops were no more.
Desktops were no more. So when I walked in to his office for the first time when we met, seeing this giant box case, it was there was no front panel on it.
It was a quad Crossfire AMD 7970.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, it was awesome.
But it was a box. She calls it a box.
It was a box.
It was
a giant box. With a lot of components in it and everything. But yeah, we got started just gaming. John, he started tinkering with his dad's PC when he was a kid, and his dad said, no more, don't do that. Grabbed him a PC out of, he found an HP computer out of a dumpster and gave it to you, and was just like, have at it, do what you want with it, but don't touch my PC anymore. I
couldn't stand it.
Yeah, I couldn't stand it, but I think we all start gaming, right?
Yes.
And then you need to push it a little bit further.
Right.
The games become a little bit more demanding, or we kind of got the bug just to tinker with things, and that's the start. That's the start.
Yeah, I mean that's basically how it was for. The real reason I started PC building was to just push my video games to the maximum performance. You know, like, oh yeah, this game runs great, but I want to run this game even better. So how do I do that? Oh, okay, I need more RAM. Okay, I guess I need a new video card. Oh crap, that's PCIe and I have AGP. Oh no, what am I going to do? Now my dad's mad at me. What am I going to do now?
Oh yeah.
Approximately what age were you at this point?
Oh man, I think I might have been 13 when I started ripping apart my dad's computer.
Your poor dad.
Yeah, but
20 years ago. 20 years ago.
Yeah. But I mean, even before that, I actually started gaming on a Mac. Our first family computer was a Mac. I don't even remember what model it was.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, it's kind of funny. It's ironic, right?
It is ironic.
Yeah, but I mean, with the Mac, you couldn't really do much, right? The game is what it was. Yeah, and so when we had a family Dell computer, and I really dived into the world of modding GTA Vice City.
Okay.
Actually, modding Vice City was a lot of fun, and I was like, oh my gosh, you can actually modify the models of the cars in the game. Like, this is crazy.
Modding software led you into modding hardware.
Absolutely.
Wonderful way to put it.
Love it.
Just finding out that you can actually change every aspect of your experience, whether that's the software side or the hardware side.
Yeah.
It was like a whole new world for me. It's like, okay, I got to get in on this, and whatever it took, including pissing my dad off, you know. Like,
took you here.
Sorry, Dad.
But it goes really well with something that you mentioned. Like, you mentioned that modding isn't just like, of course, the beautiful large examples that we have right here that we're going to check in a bit. Modding can be done by anyone, really.
Right.
Any modification to a PC is a mod.
Right.
Yeah.
And you mentioned how you started like small beginnings, and now you're here. But like, Do you think like the modding community or the modding aspect, when a normal PC enthusiast sees a beautiful mod, do you think they think this is something that is not attainable by someone like me? This is only for people like Liquid House who have access to amazing imagination first and foremost, but materials and being able to produce like art in this genre. Do you think it should be brought to the masses more? Should be more like democratized? I mean,
we're actually seeing that a lot this year. We've walked around to a couple water cooling brands, and they're actually putting out these pre-water cooling kits. So coming with like the fittings, the tubing, any accessories that you need to do the bends on the tubes. Yep. Just someone to mention is Spantex. They have the fittings are actually really nice, and I feel like as a beginner, these are we're starting to hit that precipice where the water cooling is going to be a lot easier for these beginners, and these brands are starting to see the work that us modders do, and they can see that the general audience wants to be able to achieve this type of build as well. So maybe 2 years ago it might have been less achievable, but I think that this year we're going to start seeing a lot of more entry-level water cooling.
I love that.
Absolutely, and honestly, I remember way back in the day, there were a few modding websites that I would just gaga over every single day. It was inspiration and also a little bit nerve-wracking. Like, oh my gosh, like I don't know how they did that. Like that's crazy, But like, if you're passionate enough and you want to do that, you're gonna find a way,
right.
And if anything, you're gonna find your own way to do it. Yes. And I think that's the best way.
It doesn't have to be super time consuming, right?
Right, no, absolutely. You can find different ways and innovate a process that may be easy for you that someone may not have thought about.
Right.
And back in the day, you used to have build logs on old school forums and stuff like that. Unfortunately, we don't really do that these days. It's mainly social media, but still, like, you can post really nice photos or really cool videos on YouTube, and people are like, what, that's awesome, I want to do that. And, and that's what we try to do, is we just try to inspire as many people as possible, because honestly, creativity is going to take us everywhere, we actually did a post recently on our social media about how like AI is kind of, just becoming the norm, right? Well, with that will become maybe a lack of creativity and therefore maybe a lack of imagination. We want to celebrate that imagination as much as possible. We want the person themselves who are building their PCs to actually push themselves like, what, I need to come up with something for myself rather than have some computer algorithm maybe come up with the idea for me.
Tell me what I want. I know what I want.
Right, yeah.
Beautiful. Like, the way you put it is like, it's philosophy more than anything, right?
It is.
Like I love how you mentioned the work logs, because it's very old school, like being able to, for a modder, to document their process, sometimes day by day, what they did. And actually on the Cooler Master World Series, and the entries end on the 7th this month.
Yes.
If you join to be a modder, or if you could just want to follow the work logs of everyone who enters, that's a really cool part of it. So people, when they're doing their mod for the contest, they document everything they do, and it's really interesting to see what people do. Even their life at home. Sometimes this is my room, this is my bedroom, this is where I keep the metal that I got to bend afterwards. So it's really, really cool. So do follow the Cooler Master World Series.
Yeah, this is where the magic happens.
Yeah,
if you
absolutely.
Will. But I think
very humble beginnings. You see some of the work that some of these modders do from back in the day, and then you see like their garage, and you're like, oh, my garage looks the same. Like they're pulling off the stuff like that in the same kind of space. Like
humanizing.
That means I can do that.
100%. The humanizing part of it is a huge thing, and that's the thing with water cooling is none of this has to be. You don't have to do it, right? So to have that passion to push it, to do it, it's really cool to see. I don't know. I just love to see what people can come up with.
Yeah, on their own. Like obviously we try and usher in as much of that motivation, inspiration, but it's still on them to say, what, okay, how do I apply that for myself in my home situation and in my life and whatever kind of income or parts that they may have, it's on them to make it work. And then when they do make it work, they're so stoked about it. And, they're happy to say, hey, oh my gosh, Liquid House, you inspired us. Thank you so much. I'm like, you know what? It's exactly what we wanted. That's all we wanted.
That's got to feel so good.
Oh, it feels great. It's the best feeling ever, honestly. That's what keeps us going.
Well, and when there's something you love so much and you're so passionate about, to have other people that are maybe timid to get into that hobby, to be able to welcome them in.
Right.
And, Ali, like you were saying, with the various items you've seen here at Computex that are just making it a little more accessible for people. just bringing more people into the fold, which I feel like, Pedro, that's what we've been talking about all day, right?
100%. I want to see everyone being, like I mentioned, like you don't have to be at the level of Liquid House. That's really hard, but you can just be at home and just simply changing a simple aspect, even your peripherals. It doesn't have to be case model.
Right, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can find a better way to place your mouse, just paint it, just something everyone can do at home.
Yeah.
And you just need little space, usually little resources to do it. Everything can be a mod. Maybe you love it and you try to improve and get to the level where these guys are. But until then, why not start from just do what you want to do.
Yeah. And I mean, there's been many situations where I've tried to do something and kind of have failed. You know, like I plasti dipped one of my gaming mice from back in the day. Found out very quickly that was a bad idea.
Oh,
you know,
no.
but I tried it. I wanted my mouse to be white. You know, I was kind of thinking ahead of the curve because everything's white now. It's either black or white, or maybe sometimes silver with all these new components. But you know, I wanted a white mouse, and they didn't have a white mouse. I was like, okay,
I'm gonna make one.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. And God, it was horrible. It looked so bad, and I couldn't ever use it again because I had ruined it with all the paint and plasti dip. But you know, it was worth the shot, and I had learned from that. Okay, so I'm gonna try it a different way next time. You know, and that's kind of how you kind of figure this process out. Yeah,
it's how you learn. I love this kind of story time approach. So I'm gonna ask you if you have any other stories like that where you tried something and it didn't necessarily work the first time, but maybe it led to a success later on.
Yeah, I mean, like for instance, what we've been doing lately is we've been kind of trying our hand at one-off prototype open-air chassis designs, and you know, we come up with the design ourselves, we get it manufactured, we give it a shot, we throw in the hardware that we've got, and very quickly find out, oh, this initial design does not at all jive with any of the hardware we have. And we spent a lot of time designing it and spent a good amount of money making it, and it doesn't work the way we wanted it. You know, and so it's like, okay, man, how are we going to apply that for next time we design something, you know? And so, you know, we still trip up, you know, and it's always a learning process. We honestly, we want to fail. That's the only way we're going to be able to learn stuff. You know, we can never learn if it's success.
We're winning
you know,
every
you're
time.
you're never going to learn something from that. So if anything, we want to trip ourselves up. We want to fail a little bit.
And push ourselves to make sure that we are, like, there is a possibility of failing, you know what I mean? And taking those risks.
Yeah, always pushing it to the limit. I'm like, well, will this work? Will this might not work? I guess we're going to find out. And that's kind of the situation for what we're going to show off pretty soon here. We got very lucky with our design, and we nailed it the first shot.
I'm sure it wasn't luck.
It was luck.
It was more like it was luck and like measuring like 8 times. And
luck that you got it the first time.
Luck and
yes.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible. But I feel like if you're going to ask someone to do an open air liquid cooled design, Liquid House is the place to go. I want to ask you, while we're talking about PC modding in general, and I know you're checking chat questions to see if we have chat questions, but I want to ask you if there's any trends right now within the PC modding community that you've seen that you can kind of shout out to folks.
Well, I think that one of them, what we can mention, is probably the external radiators. We're starting to see a lot of external radiators, which is also something else that we do is we have our own product. It's a water cooling solution to add additional water cooling to your system. And so you're starting to see more designs of these external stands. You have people doing, there's a beautiful PC Works is another PC modder. He did a build, a golf build.
Yeah, the golf
Porsche,
blue and orange.
Nice.
Golf themed. Yeah.
And he painted the EXT, the Liquid House EXT to paint match the whole build. So yeah, you're seeing that's kind of becoming a trend.
Yes.
A lot of the customization, a lot of themes is very trendy. I think one thing that we really want to mention is probably sleeved tubing is a huge trend right now.
Yes.
And you're starting to see brands actually make pre-sleeved, cut length tubing, so basically it's just ready to plug into your system. Rather than assembling it like we do, because we sleeve the actual tubing ourselves.
Yes.
So yeah, there's a lot of trends that are actually starting to be picked up by brands to make it a lot easier to kind of go back to where we were at.
Yes.
Making these things more accessible, easier for, I guess, more like just aesthetics, you know?
Yeah,
aesthetics.
like with the tube sleeving, you know, we work with a company in Germany, MDPCX, and they make nylon sleeving that has really been kind of the basis for sleeved cabling over the past like decade. He was one of the few way back in the day that kind of pioneered the sleeved cabling, the individual sleeved cabling, like for 24 pins and PCIe cabling.
Yes.
And he just kind of expanded on the diameter of the sleeve itself. And it's like, well, you know what? Let's apply that to the tubing itself. We figured out a way to do it. And now we've got these bright, wonderful colors that we could introduce into a build that match the aesthetics of, you know, a motherboard or a graphics card, something like that, that just really takes the build to the next level that you haven't really seen before. You know, I mean, obviously the idea of sleeving tubing is not anything really new.
Right.
You see it in a bunch of different industries.
Yes.
You know, you see it in the automotive industry when you got steel braided brake lines. You know, like it's not a new idea in any sort of the way. It's not groundbreaking in that, but it is kind of new in the sense that you can apply it to this industry as well in a fun and creative way.
Yes.
It's a great way of adding customization to your mod, your computer, your mod, whatever it is.
An easy way.
Yeah, a really easy way to do that with great colors.
And like Ellie was saying, you know, like we do have an online website where we have designed and we sell DIY products that are really the only real basis for the product is to create more depth for your build. There's no real purpose other than that. It's a very DIY driven product line that we've created over the years. And the only real purpose of it is to say, hey, this is an option for you guys if you want to have it. Like run with it, have fun with it. Yeah.
Here's that solution.
Yeah, and there's a few water cooling companies out there that have done external radiators and stuff like that, but they're kind of proprietary in that regard. And and we wanted something a little bit more universal, a little bit more accessible to anyone that just may have an extra radiator lying around in their closet or something from an old past water cooling build. And so, you know, maybe they wanted to change it up. And it's like, you know what? I got these new components, but they're running really hot. Like, how do I do this? My case is only so big. You know, how do I make my temps better? How do I get better performance? Well, I mean, you can throw a radiator on the outside of the case and kind of have it stand there, and then maybe have some more fun with that and make the radiator stand look really cool and flashy and have it match. And you know, that's what Ellie was saying with our friend Tim at PC Works. He's got a wonderful build at the Thermaltake booth. He did just that. He took the radiator and matched the entire theme to the build. So you've got a very cohesive design with something that kind of wasn't really an accessible thing in a few years ago. And we really kind of pushed that, and it's taken off, and it's wonderful to see.
It's really cool to see.
Yeah. That's awesome. Now, you guys had mentioned that your website's a great resource for that. What is that website for everybody at home?
Oh, it's just www.liquidhouse.com. Very simple.
Perfect. So you can use that as a resource if you want to check out some of these trends that John and Ellie are talking about.
There's actually, we also have, I mean, because we are always trying to inspire people, we were talking about the sleeve tubing. We have a 45-minute long tutorial, just like a super raw tutorial. If you want to figure out how to do it yourself, you can do it. It looks better than these pre-made sleeves, I'm sorry to say, but
whenever you do it yourself, there's a personal touch to it that's hard to replicate.
It just that little more effort goes a really long way.
A lot more gratifying, absolutely.
But yeah, so there's a lot of resources on our website and our YouTube that can show you how we do what we do.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, they do say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and I feel like some of these modding, what's the word I want to use? I was going to say modding trends, but really some of these like modding innovations, I guess is really the word I'm looking for, have now been adopted by some of the major brands. I think a great example of that is the back connector motherboards.
Yeah.
That started out from a modding collaboration, and everyone went,
how do we apply to ourselves?
That's interesting.
Cool.
People might be into that. Maybe we should move in that direction.
And now it's blowing up.
And now it's blowing up.
And that's kind of why it should be celebrated in that regard. It's like, hey, this has been kind of the status quo for the past 15, 20 years.
Yes.
Why not change it up? Like, why not?
Yes.
It's been the same forever. There's no reason why not to just mix it up for the sake of mixing it up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Make it fun, make it new. Pedro, in your communities, are you seeing anyone kind of talk about some of these more unique mod-started trends within PC building, like external radiators?
I think people in general just want to see something beautiful. I mean, in all industries, and of course in ours as well. But like, when people see something different, they usually have a very strong opinion about it.
Yeah.
Most people either like it very much or don't like it at all. There's
That
no
makes
one really,
good art, though. Isn't that what they
Right.
say about art?
Yes.
It elicits a strong reaction.
It's something, no one is really indifferent to something that is very spectacular. But like, I think like what John said, being a think tank for the industry is probably one of the biggest facets of modding.
Yes.
Because you have the total freedom to do and the means to do whatever you want.
Yes.
And I guess it's kind of interesting how that is picked up by the general industry in general to create something like that. Is there something right now that you guys think that should be adopted, just like BTF or back connect motherboards were? Do you think there's what's the next thing that could really change the way how we build mainstream PCs?
Mainstream PCs.
Something that is used right now in the modding community.
Well, I mean, I would love to shout out a fellow modder. His name's Ben. He's out in Vietnam, and he created what's called the stealth CPU water cooling block. He was actually able to figure out and innovate a way to run, obviously with every CPU that you mount, you got a hole in every corner, right? You mount the cooler down. He was actually able to find a way to run the fluid through those little tiny holes.
Ooh.
So you've got the tubing coming from the back as well.
That's cool.
So it's
Yeah.
really stealth from the front as well. So to match these really BTF styles.
And like honestly, off the top of my head, that is such a wonderful innovation that he has created himself. That and he's worked with the company, water cooling company Bits Power, and they've created a product that now you can just kind of slap on your CPU, and you would run the tubing as you would normally with the CPU block, but you're running on the back of the motherboard. And so if you if you had like the reverse connector, like the stealth motherboards, the BTF from ASUS, you could also run the tubing from the back as well.
Yeah.
So it's a really cool way to like completely transform a build, and that idea stemmed from another modder, So it's wonderful to see that kind of stuff. And honestly, like we have seen, we've got the CAM.2 new memory modules on some of these new motherboards where you don't have the removable DDR5s, you got these like new memory modules. And there's so many different ways to do that. You could slap a massive water block right there and have like a crazy monoblock design. Like if you wanted to have thick enough material on the block itself, you could have ports on the side and you wouldn't even have tubing coming from the front. There's so many different ways to take some of these new aspects of what the industry is kind of offering and just run wild with it, So honestly, that's one of the most exciting things about seeing all the cool stuff here at Computex. It's like, okay, how am I going to apply this to our next builds in the next few months? Like, okay, this is really cool, and it always keeps us thinking, always keeps us on the edge.
Since the current trend is hiding cables.
Yes.
Don't you feel kind of sad? I was talking to Trisha yesterday about this because Trisha loves cable management and cable routing.
My girl.
Like a big part of modding for a long time was making those cables look good.
Yeah.
Because they usually did not look good at all. Don't you feel kind of sad that the current trend is hiding those cables, so taking away the opportunity to making them pretty? Because it's mostly meaningless because you can't see them sometimes.
Well, it's another customizable thing, right? So you're taking that personal touch away from it, whether it's like their pink sleeved cables, because you like the color pink. That's no longer, it is, it's kind of taking away.
It's bittersweet, for sure.
It's
bittersweet.
But they're not all going away.
No.
It's just giving us
away.
options now.
Right.
So you can cable or not to cable.
Right.
The choice is yours.
But I also love the option because a lot of people really like that clean aesthetic too. So it is cool to see that like Apple-esque type of like very clean and simple.
Very simplistic.
Very IKEA.
Very IKEA.
Yeah, there you go.
Like a doctor's office.
Yeah,
lovely.
Yeah, very cold.
Put it up,
Yeah. No, yeah.
Killing me over here.
I would agree with you. When that trend started to come out,
It's like a canvas, right? The elements of a build are your canvas to create something.
Yeah.
If you take them away, you're stuck with something that is what the company made. In a huge HQ with thousands of people.
Well,
you're like,
the Apple thing. It's
exactly
that.
That's. I'm guessing you want to stay away from the Apple look. Your builds are much better looking than that.
I would agree.
Right.
I would agree. Where would you like to see PC modding trending next? I know this is asking like a little bit of you to predict the future, but if there was a way that you could like make a wish on a star and have PC modding move in.
Accessibility, having more people just being able to feel comfortable doing it.
Yes.
And these brands are actually making it really easy, offering things for leaking and just tons of little things, like the soft tubing on those Spantex ones. You just pop it right in.
Yeah, it's like a push to connect. You don't even really have to think about it.
Yeah.
It just inserts in, you walk away, you fill it up, you're good to go.
And you're just trusting that it will work. So I want to see more people do it. I want to see more people try their hand at it. I want to see more women do it as well. That's a big thing too. And we're starting to see that. We are starting to see that.
Absolutely.
And as long as we're keeping this trend upwards on this trajectory, it's going to go where we want it to go.
We're not going to run out of steam anytime soon. So we're just going to keep going, keep pushing, keep being proponents for those kind of innovations, you know, and inspiration. We want as many people in this space as possible, you know, like this is a big industry, obviously, but you know, as you approach kind of the more extreme levels of modifying a computer or selecting certain components for your computer, you start to realize that not many people are doing some of the things that you're doing, and we want to see that flourish a bit. And so we want to see people, you know, just like Ellie said, do it, jump into the world, you know, have fun with it. So.
Yeah, so for anyone out there who's watching who may be interested in getting started but doesn't know where to start, what advice would you give them?
I would say, just do it. Don't even think about it. Don't get caught in your head.
Look on YouTube.
Yeah, find inspiration.
Yeah.
There's so much inspiration out there, and just dive into it. Just dive into it. Don't be afraid. And there's no real wrong way to do it. Take your time, and have fun with it. If anything, have fun with it.
Small steps. Also, take very small steps. You don't have to do it all at one time.
If you want to, just do it.
Yeah, or you can. If you want to, you can.
Yeah, awesome. So there you go. Give it a good try, my friends. Let me just see if we have. Let's check and see if we have any questions from chat.
Let's see.
Let's check and see if we have any questions. Oh, I see some RGB all day. People love RGB.
Yes.
That's never going to die out.
That won't die.
No.
But people are wanting that to die out a little bit.
A little bit. Just in moderation.
Yes.
I see from Agent Dave 7 says, which hardware improvements are you excited for, whether it be things like BTF, Project Zero, or something else?
If anything, I kind of enjoy the efficiency aspect. Everything is becoming a little bit more efficient.
Yes.
The fact that we're able to see the fact that you can run top-end performance on hardware that's only using less than 100 watts, you know, like that's
efficiency.
Yeah, efficiency. I actually really enjoy the efficiency aspect, and you can have a little bit more fun with that and not need as crazy water cooling as possible. You can still have a conservative setup for your build and not have to feel like you have to go crazy, spend thousands of dollars to keep your hardware cool, when in reality you can spend, you know,
to pay the bills.
Yeah,
the electric
exactly.
bills.
Yeah, absolutely. So if anything, I'm actually really enjoying efficiency, you know, reusables, kind of stuff like that. So.
Awesome. Yeah, it's nice to see that come out to the community here. Let's go ahead and talk about your build with Cooler Master. We've been talking about PC modding, and of course, chat, if you still have questions about PC modding in general, throw those into chat. We'll be happy to ask John and Ellie for you. But we are here to look at this gorgeous build. So just behind John and Ellie here, you will see the Dyne-X. Now, Dyne-X is Cooler Master's high-end racing simulator, whether it be for personal or professional needs. They can also transform into a flight simulator, so we might be looking at the flight simulator setup for it right now. But the flight sim supports everything from gliders to commercial jets. This is really a simulator that covers a wide spectrum. So for you, John and Ellie, this build is a massive ask, considering the versatility.
Yes, absolutely. And
of
honestly,
this sim.
So what we're looking right here is we're dubbing this the LH1, which is a play off of one of the most popular engines in the world, the Chevrolet LS1.
Yes.
And so we're dubbing it the LH1. But basically, we're looking at the chassis here. So obviously, we got the blue Dynex, but I'm kind of glad that we have a two-tone going on right now. And we have the yoke right here, and that's not part of it. But what we're looking right here is our new open-air chassis that we're working with on Cooler Master. And it's called the LH1, and it's basically just an open-air chassis that's made to emulate a car engine. You know, like we had originally set it up on our car sim at home. Cooler Master was kind enough to send over a Dynex so we could help develop this project with them. And so we wanted an open air build that kind of emulates kind of like a V6 engine.
That mounts to the front of the sim racer.
Right, just like an engine. So you're driving right behind the engine itself. And obviously it's not going to be for everyone. People are going to enjoy just a closed air case sitting on a shelf behind. But we're Liquid House. We want to celebrate the creativity and just going over the top, you know. And so we wanted to create something that was just fun and exciting and different. And luckily, you know, we worked with Cooler Master on this, and they were happy enough to work with us. And so it's just really exciting. And to call back in terms of like doing different versions on chassis and making this work. This is our V1, and luckily it worked perfectly right off the bat.
I mean, that's experience speaking at that point.
Why do you say it's luck?
It was luck. It was luck.
Why?
Because we do a lot of prototyping, and we don't always get things right the first time.
Yeah.
And sometimes we don't get things right the second time. We were kind of talking about that earlier. For this came together in like 4 weeks.
Wow.
So it really was, I mean, yes, experience does play into it, but for it to actually, the timing, for it to be produced, and for us to be able to actually do the work, I suppose, in that time frame, I think a lot of it does come down to luck.
I mean, it came down to finishing up the build, doing content the night before we flew out, and it was so last minute that we had to actually pack this in our luggage flying over to Taiwan. We didn't have any time whatsoever to ship it, so it was very last minute, came down to the last wire. But you know, we mainly wanted to showcase this build as a celebration for the kind of scope that you can have even with the Cooler Master World Series case mod competition.
Absolutely.
You know, like there is no limit to what you can do with a PC, you know, and there are many different chassis out, or many different sim frames out there that you can kind of emulate this with, but we chose Cooler Master because honestly, Cooler Master is one of our favorite brands to work with.
Well, they embody that, they kind of represent that, pushing things to the next limit, and kind of, you know, things are different. They think outside the box, and I think that we really resonate with that.
Yes, absolutely. When we were pitching them the idea, they immediately took us up on it. Like, that sounds amazing. Let's do it. You know, and we love that open-mindedness. You know, that willingness to say, like, you know what? Yeah.
Let's do it.
We don't know how it's going to turn out. We don't know how the execution is going to be, but yes, let's do it. You know, and so we're just so excited that we're able to pull this off, for one.
Yes.
And second, people on just walk around the floor and actually give it a shot and try it out. So
I tried it out earlier, and I actually landed the plane.
You landed the
Nice
plane?
job.
We haven't had the chance to try the flight sim setup yet, but yeah, and obviously it works well with the motion controls. You know, there were a few instances of like, will the vibrations mess up the frame or anything like that?
Yeah, great point.
I mean, this is solid steel. It's just as solid steel as the frame itself, you know, so there's no worry about any sort of, you know, it's very rigid. There's no real moving parts. You know, we're not really in the day and age where we're worrying about spinning hard drives, you know, where vibrations maybe actually be a thing. And so, you know, we got solid state hard drives in there. There's no real moving parts where vibrations may screw up anything. And so it's good to go, you know?
It's good to go. And, you know, like you were saying, Cooler Master's a great partner for this, because as we've been going through the different systems, we've been seeing that, you know, the Shark, the Sneaker X, all of these gorgeous, unique systems coming out of Cooler Master. So they want to see something unique like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you talk to us again? I know you said when you were pitching this, how did this collaboration between you and Cooler Master come to be?
Well, we were initially actually reached out from Moza. Moza Racing had reached out to us, and they wanted to do a collaboration. And it was initially just a very kind of basic, like, hey, you know, like we've got some kits that can bolt to your computer desk, and, you know, you can throw the pedals on the ground. And, you know, us at Liquid House, we immediately are thinking, okay, that sounds fine and all, but how do we one-up that idea?
Right.
And so it's like,
how
okay.
do we make it ours?
Yeah, how do we make it ours? You know, how do we make it tailored to Liquid House? You know, we are meant for these kinds of systems. You know, it's like, okay, so it was a great challenge for us to say, okay, let's figure out a way to do this. And so it's like, hey, Moza, how about you send us stuff so we can mount it to a frame, and we'll come up with a PC that will actually mount to that frame.
Right.
We hadn't talked to Cooler Master yet, but we were kind of shooting from the hip on that one, and said, you know what, we're going to make it happen. We're going to come up with the design, and we're going to pitch it. Yeah, we're going to pitch it. So we came up with like a prototype render. We pitched it to Cooler Master.
Yes.
They immediately took up on the offer, because I mean, honestly, like you had said, the Sneaker X, that stemmed from a modder build.
Yeah.
You know, and like the Shark case, that stemmed from a modder build itself. So some of these cases that Cooler Master has, they have stemmed from other innovations that other modders and builders
Both of those cases were on the same event of Cooler Master World
Wow.
Series.
Oh,
they were both winners. I could be mistaken.
The same event?
I think they might be.
They might be.
Yeah, I don't remember what years.
I do remember seeing both of them when I was doing judging that specific event, and I do remember being mesmerized by both the Shark and the Sneaker.
Yes.
But I want to say, like you see, Cooler Master World Series is where everything with modding related happens.
Right. Yeah, Cooler Master's a really great brand to pushing the envelope and really seeing dreams kind of come to life, right?
Yeah, and we're gonna get a little bit more into seeing your dreams come to life when it comes to the Dynex. But for right now, we're gonna toss to a quick break. But just before that, John and Ali, where can people find your content if they want to hear more from you?
Well, we're just Liquid House on every social media platform. LIQUID, HAUS. www.liquidhouse.com. You know, we're everywhere as much as possible. You know, we want to be as visible as possible, as accessible as possible to different people. And yeah, give us a follow, give us a like, give us a sub. You know, any of that love. But yeah, hope you guys can see our work and be inspired, and maybe you guys can start modding yourselves.
Yes, and congrats on such an awesome build being shown here at Computex. It really is beautiful. All right, folks, like I said, we're going to toss to a quick break, and then we'll be right back to really delve deep into everything in immersive systems here at Cooler Master. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Max series. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4-pin one. We also have a short 6+2-pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but 2.
Folks, welcome back to the Spark. I am standing here next to the Dynex being flown by Pedro so graciously. You're doing a great job.
I'm doing a great
I'd be
job.
crashing right now. You're doing awesome.
Wait until the end. Let's see if it's that good.
Folks, just before we went live, I was like leaning on this, and then I realized, oh, don't do that, it's moving. If you are unfamiliar with the Dynex, I know we were just talking to Liquid House about their beautiful custom modded build for the front of it. But the Dynex is here at Computex, at Cooler Master's booth, in 2 different setups. So we have both setups here to look at, but really what Dynex is a racing sim for professional racers all the way to virtual racers that can then also be converted for a flying sim as well. It really is so versatile and so high-end. There are 14 different driving positions that can all be adjusted with just one adjustment. Now, this was co-developed with pro drivers, so you know it's going to be super accurate for the racing out there. And the max strength cockpit is made out of heavy-duty tubular steel, so you can really feel that force as you're driving around. It's more rigid, right? You want that force feedback, especially if you're using the simulation for training purposes or something like that, right? So, like I said, very, very versatile. There is a motion system that is optional with the Dynex. It's an optional add-on from a variety of different brands. And it can also, like I said, transform into the flying sim that we're seeing here, supporting everything from gliders to commercial jets as well. Now, I do want to draw your attention just down here to the bottom of the flying sim, because you see the height is adjustable here. Now, when you're racing, you want to be lower to the ground, but when you're flying, you're going to want to be a little more high up. And that's just one of the examples of the ways that Dynex can really be customized to your specific needs. Now, Cooler Master is so excited about the racing ecosystem that they've even gone beyond the Dynex here to launch a motion system that's compatible with most actuators in the market right now, including Cooler Master, Sigma Integral, D-Box, and Cubic system as well. And in fact, there's a Cooler Master X SimuCube 2 Pro, which is a co-brand direct drive wheelbase for more realistic and detailed force feedback for all of my racing fans out there. Pedro,
yes.
I'm going to go take a look at another system. Do you want to stay here and keep flying?
No, I'll drive. Now it's time to drive.
All right. Pedro is going to stay here and game. So let's say bye.
Sounds good.
Okay. Oh, Thank you so much
good.
for being on the Spark. You're
Yes.
amazing. Happy flying, my friend.
Thank you. Ooh, it's not going too well.
Stick the landing. Stick the landing. All right, you come with me. We're going to go right on over here to check out another immersive system here at Cooler Master's booth. Pardon me. Coming right over this way. Here we go. Pardon. Coming over here. Look how busy the booth is. All right, so right over here, we want to check out the Throne X. Now again, this is one of the more immersive setups here at Cooler Master. The Throne X, I'm gonna take a seat right here. The Throne X is this system you're seeing right here, and it has 3 different modes. So we have it set up here at the Cooler Master booth with a drum set, or over here you could check it out with a guitar. So this is an example of really focusing on different consumer needs. We've talked a lot the past 2 days about gamers' needs, right? But what about musicians and other creatives? And that's where the Throne X comes into play. So the Throne X has 3 different modes that you can use it in. It has audio mode, which is where the stool will vibrate. It's doing it right now. Where the stool will vibrate based on musical input or the rhythm of your bandmates' music, which is really cool, helping you stay with the rest of the band. There's also a metronome mode. Really looking at my drummers over here. If you want your stool to vibrate as its own metronome so that you can keep the rhythm, that's a really nice way to use tech to help out our musicians. There's also a real-time mode where, oh, it's happening live! I was not expecting that. I'm like vibrating right now with the music that's going on. This is great. This is great. The streamer in me is like, I hope this is copyright-free music. We'll see. But yes, the real-time mode vibrates to the rhythm of your performance, just giving you a more immersive feel, really setting into the music of it all. So what the Throne X is doing is translating sonic vibrations into physical sensations. I wish there was a way through the camera I could have you come sit on the Throne X and experience this firsthand, because it is very, very cool. I also want to shout out that the Throne X is an all-in-one design, right? So it's your amplifier, your multimedia system, and your power system all in one. It's also really easy to set up and very user-friendly to use. Plus, for my traveling musicians out there, it packs up really easily and even has a backpack. So you can take it with you to gigs, even if you're out there performing on the go, which I think is really fun, especially for something with this much tech in it. It's very cool. It's also comfortable. So here, I'm gonna stand up for a second so you can see it. But it has a very comfy, ergonomic design here as well. And it's made out of premium seat materials. And again, just really sleek. So this is something you can easily take with you to your next gig and looking, like really targeting the musicians. I think it's so fun that Cooler Master is thinking beyond just the gamer or just the workstation, really to creatives of all different types. So folks, this has been the Throne X. Thank you so much for the music and the assist today. I'm loving that. Stay tuned, everybody. I know a lot of you are very hyped to check out what we'll have next. So we're gonna toss to a quick break and then we'll be right back with Master Hub. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Mac series. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 Mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4 pin one. We also have a short 6+2 pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but 2 PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. All right, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max comes with a custom-built Master Liquid 360 Atmos, built exclusively for this case. The Master Liquid 360 Atmos feature in the TD500 Max has a thicker 38mm radiator versus the regular Atmos, and is bundled with 3 of our Mobius 120p ARGB fans. These fully in-house designed Mobius fans have quite an interesting origin, as they were first created for industrial cooling needs. Achieving noise levels below 30 decibels at maximum capacity and backed by a 5-year warranty, we thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PSU. This PSU features a large high-quality Japanese capacitor, and in addition, This PSU comes with Cooler Master's durable 90-degree 12-volt high-power cable. As you can see, the 90-degree angle increases lifespan and safety by reducing the stress placed on the cable when you plug it into the GPU. While the GX2 Gold 850 watt will be sufficient for virtually any single GPU configuration available today, if you would want to upgrade your PSU in the future, both the GX3 1250 Gold and the V Platinum 1600 V2 can be easily swapped in. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thank you for watching, and please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. And feel free to click the link in the description below to check out the TD500 Max. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Max series. Built on the foundation of the popular MasterBox TD500 mesh, Cooler Master's case, power, and thermal engineering divisions work together on the TD500 Max to streamline PC building for all levels of users, while still granting the flexibility to customize and modify performance according to any preference. Let's kick off the unboxing. We've included a power cable to connect the PSU to a socket, a short motherboard cable, 2 CPU power cables, an 8-pin and a 4+4-pin one. We also have a short 6+2-pin PCIe cable. And additionally, the TD500 Max comes with a bag and ties and laces for any future cable management needs, some brackets, as well as a syringe of CryoFuse thermal paste, and finally, the TD500 Max instruction manual. Opening the tempered glass panel, you'll find all the necessary screws conveniently organized on this pad. As mentioned, a key feature of the TD500 Max is that the PSU cables are pre-routed and arranged for your convenience. Cooler Master has incorporated these patented 2-stage power connectors so that component installations can be done without needing to open the back panel. You simply need to plug in the CPU cable and motherboard cable right here. All right, to better showcase the convenience of the TD500 Max, I've invited over my colleague, Kathy. Kathy's actually never built a PC before, and today she'll be building not just one, but 2 PCs. So we'll leave it up to you now, Kathy. With a liquid cooling radiator and PSU already installed, plus the cabling being done, you and hopefully Kathy save a ton of time. Meanwhile, for the regular ATX case, we see Kathy having to not only install the radiator and PSU, but also manage the cables. Looks like Kathy is wrapping up the TD500 Max build already. That took her 31 minutes. Meanwhile, Kathy's still working on the regular ATX case, so let's speed up the reel. All right, looks like she's about done as well. That took her 2 hours and 19 minutes. Think you can do it faster than Kathy? Let us know your time and the components you used in the comments below. Thanks to Kathy, the computer is now up and running. Let's take a closer look at the unique AIO cooling system. The TD500 Max comes with a custom-built Master Liquid 360 Atmos, built exclusively for this case. The Master Liquid 360 Atmos feature in the TD500 Max has a thicker 38mm radiator versus the regular Atmos, and is bundled with 3 of our Mobius 120p ARGB fans. These fully in-house designed Mobius fans have quite an interesting origin, as they were first created for industrial cooling needs. Achieving noise levels below 30 decibels at maximum capacity and backed by a 5-year warranty, we thought they'd be pretty cool to put in this case. The result is a juggernaut of a cooling solution that will handle CPUs like the Intel Core i9 or AMD Ryzen 9 with ease. Now let's talk about the power supply unit. The TD500 Max comes with a pre-installed GX2 Gold 850 watt, a fully modular ATX 3.0 PSU. This PSU features a large high-quality Japanese capacitor, and in addition, this PSU comes with Cooler Master's durable 90-degree 12-volt high-power cable. As you can see, the 90-degree angle increases lifespan and safety by reducing the stress placed on the cable when you plug it into the GPU. While the GX2 Gold 850 watt will be sufficient for virtually any single GPU configuration available today, if you would want to upgrade your PSU in the future, both the GX3 1250 Gold and the V Platinum 1600 V2 can be easily swapped in. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thank you for watching, and please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. And feel free to click the link in the description below to check out the TD500 Max. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Spark, our live stream here from Cooler Master's booth at Computex 2024 in Taipei. This is the moment so many of you in chat have been asking about for the last 2 days. I am here with Brian to go over the Master Hub, and I shouldn't just say the Master Hub, the best of Computex consumer version of the Master Hub. This is a big deal.
It is a big deal, especially a community trusted us, and they like the concept, and they gave us the award. PC Master Race.
Very exciting. Now, for anyone who's just tuning in now, who's maybe never heard of Master Hub, can you give us a very high-level overview of what Master Hub is before we dive in deeper?
Sure. So the high-level view of the Master Hub, you can see here, this is actually our modular platform. And what the Master Hub does is allow the user from creator, streamer, and gamers to customize their overall workflow through our modular system. So as you can see, as I am removing some of these modules, and what these modules are connecting to is our patented technology through a pogo pin. So we have a base that have all the pogo pin technology right on it, and you can reconfigure the modules and reposition it to however suitable for your workflow. And based on that, you completely change from content creation, streaming, and even gaming. And all of these platforms, we have different modules that are coming out. For example, this one is a 5 fader that can be used for precision audio control, or even smart home connection that you can use this as a dimmer switch to control your lighting in your home. And then we also have other module that's included, is like this 4-key, which is very similar to these 15 keys IPS display that you can fully customize. It actually connects to different type of software, different type of application, different type of macro, hotkeys, and you can change the overall environment and take full control of your application and computer.
So would this be for someone who maybe only needs 4 buttons and not 15?
Yeah, so for example, if you want to have this kind of configuration, so this is what we consider kind of like a content creator.
Okay.
So if you don't want that, you want to remove the 2 roller, and if you don't want the 15 keys, we also have on display here are these IPS display that we provided. That's a 5-inch.
Yes.
So for example, I can just remove that display here, and I can just reposition there, put this 4 key in, and it completely changed the layout and the look of the product and how the product's being used. And what you see on screen here, this is actually let's say for example, Photoshop.
Yes.
If you're dealing with, color wheels, layers, or maybe brush size, you can pick and choose a certain area of Photoshop that you want to control and have direct control on the screen, and then use the touchscreen to change the workflow. That way you free up the mouse, the keyboard. You don't need to memorize all the hotkeys that comes with Photoshop, Illustrator, for example, and you can use a visual communication to know how you want to control your environment.
Yeah.
And we built a Master Hub with 2 very important touch control. One is analog control with very precision, and digital control through these keys and this input display.
I love how customizable this is, and honestly how in depth you went with the design of this product. Now for people who've been following Master Hub since, when did we first see this? 2 CESs ago?
2022.
Yeah.
Very early mock-up.
It's been a bit. What is so special about the consumer-ready version in comparison to previous versions of Master Hub that we've seen?
So the most important part is the software.
Okay.
So the software is key for this type of products, and at Cooler Master we are going to put a lot of resource and effort to make sure the software is not a one-time thing, it's going to be a long support.
Yep.
So at launch, we actually, and the reason why it took so long is we're spending time to develop plugins. So at launch, we already developed plugin for OBS, Streamlab, Twitch, Discord, YouTube, and then also we'll add in Photoshop, Illustrator, and Premiere Pro. So that's just the beginning of launching of the products. Yeah. We'll continue to work with different developers to create additional plugin as well as Cooler Master plugin. So for example, we actually have Master Control plugins. Master Control is our total software solution for all of our CPTS products. And with that integration of Master Control, now you can actually control the lighting of your system, your scene, your environment, and all of the functionality. So let's say if someone go home and it says, oh, you know what, I have a long day, I want to play a little game. I can just use the Master Hub and press the scene to play game. All your environment lighting will change. Whether it's your gaming mode, work mode, sleep mode, it really depends on how you want to use your computer and your experience at that time.
Yeah, that's next level. I immediately thought like, Oh, you can make it like a chat word for them to change all the colors in your system. But I like this idea of like a nice chill, wind down gaming setup that we have here. All right, so I do see a couple more modules over here. What else do we have that we haven't had a chance to look at yet?
Yeah, this is new for Computex this year. So in addition to all of this display we have, we also have a 4x6 inch IPS touch display. These are all touch, and it's also support multi-touch, so you can pinch and zoom.
Nice.
And then in addition to that, we have like a 5x1 IPS display, so which will have customizable widgets for different application. Let's say, for example, temperature, Spotify, you can have those widgets, or even system performance. You can have it displayed right on the screen here and control input.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, we also have a product that we kind of want to do like a little retro look.
Yeah, let's see.
So this one is actually the dot matrix display. Let me see. So kind of have a little bit of retro look. We actually will release SDK kit so the community can create their own application, what they want to show on there. Live sport, news, push notifications, emails, or meetings. You can have it all displayed, or you can put your own picture. If you want to have that kind of retro
if you have
look.
your own logo for your
own
YouTube
logo,
or whatever.
avatar,
Yeah.
YouTube counters. We have people that display YouTube counters on this kind of dot matrix. So it's really flexible, and it's, again, that's why our company is called Make It Yours. We want to create products so you can make it yours.
Awesome. I mean, honestly, this is so cool, and we've kind of touched on the different types of consumers that could use this, from creators to gamers. But I imagine also for like workstation professional use, this could be great too.
Exactly.
Who do you see as the target consumer for Master Hub?
So let's say for us, our Master Hub, we really towards, like I mentioned, streamer, gamers, and content creators.
Right.
But for the tech enthusiasts, you want to control your smart home environment, you can do that with this as well.
Okay.
Let's say, for example, we have this dial module here. You can actually connect to your, Nets application. You can control your thermostat.
No way.
And you can see the temperature. You can actually control music. And then also, we're actively looking away and creating components for musicians.
I love
So
that.
people that
We have a
actually,
start here.
we have a start, like you mentioned, with the 5 slider and fader for precision audio control. But in our portfolio, we have it here, but unfortunately, I cannot show it on camera yet.
Secrets.
There is some secrets here that already expand. So within Cooler Master, we already plan a 5-year product portfolio.
Cool.
And how many modules we're releasing. So every quarter we want to come out with new module based on community feedback. They will drive us to focus on different type of software, different type of hardware, and how our Ds can solve their pain point and make their overall experience better. So through that, we will continuously to fine tune our portfolio, fine tune our software integration, which give the end user a choice to pick and choose how to customize their setup. So like I said, right here we have something like, for example, the base itself, at the end of the year, you can do daisy change. So something as a small base like this, you can connect to 2 bases. And in the future, we might have multiple bases or even larger bases that allows you to maybe take care of production studio setup environment.
I love that idea too, because I feel like a lot of people start with a small hub, and then once you kind of get used to playing around, you think, oh, I wish I had a little more room, I wish I had a little more room, I wish I had a little more room.
Right.
Rather than having to scrap what you already have and invest in something large, you can just keep adding on with a system you've already learned and you're already used to using.
Right.
That's really smart. Can you give us a live demo of some of this in action?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do it.
One of the things that we're most proud of is actually the software. So as you can see here, this is actually our Master Hub software. What's really unique about it is as long as I just remove the module, everything happens on the fly. You don't need to press save, you don't need to update for the software to change. So once again, if I remove it, it automatically changes right away. In addition to that, we actually can make the modules rotatable.
Ah, I love this.
So for example, if you want to have like a rotatable environment, what's the software? Sorry. Yeah. So on the base, there's 2 ways for you to connect the USB to. So one of them is actually support USB-C, the other one's for display port.
Okay.
And the reason why we put the display port is for future module expansions.
A little peek into future development.
Exactly, so we already prepared that. So once you actually plug in to the module itself, when you don't have it plugged in, it will tell you it's not connected. But when you have it plugged in, you can see it changes.
Automatically changes.
Automatically. So if I just sit the thing like this, it automatically changes.
Very cool.
And I can just reattach the module. Let me do this one this time. And everything will happen on the fly.
So neat.
Yeah.
So neat how easy that is. So, I mean, you could really envision a situation where you have one set up for your live streaming, and then when you go to edit afterwards, you can have different modules that you swap in for your editing as well.
Exactly. So we currently, a lot of these products, we test proof of concept through not only Cooler Master platform. For example, we have a platform called Master XP, where they do a lot of live streaming, event, promotion, things like that. So what they do is they actually set up certain bases already, just a base template. So for example, something just like this. And then when they're ready to work, they're ready to stream or edit content, they just attach whatever module they need. And once they're done, they put the module on the side. So this gives them a lot of flexibility instead of bringing in a whole big module, bringing in all of different type of modules to connect. All of this is just one cable. One cable, and you can completely change your experience, your overall user scenario on the fly. And another thing that we did with the software, you can see here, what's really cool with the software is if you click on any of the module, it changes, it tells you what you're able to do. You know, so let me collapse that. So it changes. You click on that, you're able to change that. You click on this, you're able to bind that. You click on this, you're able to bind a lot more.
Nice.
Right, so the software will understand what module or what function that you actually want to adjust, you want to what's it called, make modification to, and it tells you what's available. And under each of these, we have a drop down of everything you're able to do. And we will continuously, again, listen to community feedback. They let us know, hey, I want to use this function, I want to use this function. We'll add it in, and like I mentioned earlier, we will also release SDK kit into the market, which means the community will be able to take the kit, develop certain function they want, share it later to the community, and you know, create a platform that everybody can share and use. And in addition to that, we also support multiple profiles. So this is kind of like a profile area. The profile even support multiple devices. So let's say you have multiple master hub, you're able to have device 1 and profile, device 2 and profile.
Cool.
And all of these profiles are customizable. Let me show you. You just click here, and they give you a list of profile you want to customize. You can change the order. You can import your profile, export your profile, all of that, and you can continuously move your workflow. We don't want the user to spend a lot of time figuring out how to work. Yes. We want the user to figure out a lot of time to develop their content, develop their streaming, and engaging with their audience.
Yeah, and to figure out what's next for it, right? Because
exactly.
they get to be involved in that process. It's very clear that Master Hub is community-driven at its heart, and I know that the feedback, at least here at Computex, has been amazing with the best of Computex and
Thank
most
you.
innovative at Computex.
Thank
What's
you.
some other user feedback you've seen from people that have been instrumental in using this so far?
Yeah, especially plugins.
Okay.
This is something that is heavily expected of us, and this will also make or break this product portfolio. So as you know, Cooler Master is a hardware company,
yep.
right? So, and we had some pretty bad experience with previous software, our Master Plus. It wasn't really user-friendly. It's bogged down the system, it has a lot of bugs.
To be fair, I feel like that's the case for a lot of hardware companies'
Sure,
software.
sure.
Yes.
But I have to admit, ours kind of bad. Ours kind of the worst.
Okay, but we can say that now
because we spent the last 2 years,
yes.
and we recruited some talented people. Some of them are standing over here, and they basically came into the team, did everything from scratch.
Cool.
We basically don't want to use anything that we've done before. We want to build everything from the ground up. We did a lot of focus group, believe it or not. So through the focus group, to getting a lot of feedback, understanding what people complain to us about, and then we redeveloped the software from the ground up. And within our team, we have one goal. We want people to use the software with one function. You don't have to watch a 30-minute YouTube videos to learn it.
Yes.
You can just click, figure it out, and learn it on your own. So that's kind of like our goal. And I feel like we achieved that, but I think right now, it's just version 1.0. So we will continue to learn how people use it, make modification, make improvements. So feature like this. So imagine you want to bind a function into the display.
Okay.
All I have to do, I just grab it, I drag it onto there, I drop it, and then it tells you need to, oh, this one is an OBS function, so it's not connected.
You don't have OBS right
Not yet.
now? Yep.
Let me do like a system function. So let's
Sure.
say you just grab this, you just drop it on there, and it right
Done.
there. And you can
Easy.
expand the menu.
Yep.
You can completely redesign whatever icon it is you want.
I love this.
You can-
I mean, previously one might have to download all sorts of things to do that. Now
Yep.
you can do it within the software.
You can do within the
Very
software. You can design your own icons. You can download different people's icon, upload it to here, change the color. You can add the font, the text, everything that you're looking to do is very easy.
Awesome.
And every function is the same. So even if I want to go navigation, I want to do previous page, I can just grab that, drag it onto here, and I can just do the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, are you sure you want to replace?
The reason for that is, again, that's how the software know,
Yeah.
because I try to do the undo, but on a scroll wheel.
That would make no sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So the software is smart enough to tell you, are you sure you want to do that? If you do, you can undo with a scroll up and
Yeah.
down, but ideally,
I feel like you would make so many mistakes.
yes.
if that was the case. You like accidentally brush against it and undo something you've been working on.
Right.
Don't do that. But
And-
honestly, I feel like, Brian, with Master Hub, I feel like you've already thought of so much. So many pain points are already addressed. Where do you see Master Hub going from here? I feel like this is already, I mean, I don't want to say perfect. You said version 1.0, but this is already really has so much value.
Yeah. So I think everything that you've seen has been developed in-house in Cooler Master.
Okay.
And I think the main goal for us is how do we take it to the next level, which is how do we get community involved and how do we get partners involved?
Sure.
So most importantly is we don't want to be the only one to develop the plugins, the SDK. We want to work with partners like Microsoft, Zoom, all those partners, Adobe that actually do create these kind of software to work with us to create the plugins that can be integrated and have the consumer have it ready to go.
Yes.
And the main reason for that is, let's say if you have a plugin, for example, if you have a plugin scenario like OBS, all of the tools you could use is there, it's readily available. But if you have an application that is not plugin ready, what we have right now as a workaround is we have this thing called hotkey.
Okay.
So within hotkey function, you're able to customize different type of hotkey combos. So let's say, for example, in a game environment or in a kind of like a content creation or Premiere Pro, whatever environment it is, you just find out what the hotkey function is, put it in there, save it. Now you can control any software. So you don't really need to wait for the plugin. The plugin will make it simpler, but the hotkey will give you a workaround with any
It does.
application you need.
So when I need to mute myself in Discord, hotkeys where it's
Hotkey.
at.
But
Love that.
good news, Discord is compatible at launch.
Perfect.
So there you
Heyo. That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for giving us this in-depth look here. Is there anything else with Master Hub that you want to show the community while we're here on the stream?
Yeah, just for some quality of life.
Okay.
We know that at Cooler Master, our customer is not only native English speaker, so we have a lot of customers around the world. So let me show you how easy it is just to change the language.
Sure.
So-
I bet this has been really useful at Computex too.
Yes, it has. So you have a little setting button right here. So here is where you can update your software, firmware, recovery mode, and here's where the plugin for the third party is. But right underneath it, right here is the language.
Yes.
So at launch, we will support 14 different languages.
All right.
Right? So let's say if I want to go to Espanol, I can click that. The system will automatically change. You
Nice.
don't need to press save, you don't need to do anything. The system knows that you want to change the language and automatically do that for you on the fly.
Very cool.
And then we want to go to Chinese. We also support Chinese. And you can see it lets you know exactly what it is. We won't change the name of the actual products and stuff like that, but we'll change like the description and what it does and the main shopware function and feature.
Yeah.
So basically when you go back into it, everything changed
Yeah.
to Chinese.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So it's very focused on user friendliness, also customization, and how do we make it easy for you that you don't think about the hardware, you don't think about the software, you're thinking about yourself, your content, and what you do as a streamer, content creator, and gamer.
Yeah. That's great. Well, I know you have 2 stations here at the setup. Is there anything on the other station we're not able to see here that we want to showcase today?
We can show, we can
or
show.
Do we get it all?
Yeah, we can show.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
Let's
go over
do it.
here. So over here, we have kind of like a streaming setup.
Yes.
But let me show you something cool what we can do with the software. So we're gonna run Minecraft, right?
Okay.
So now you can actually, so we make this room, one of our team made this Minecraft room, make it like Cooler Master at the event.
Very purple, I love
But
it.
you can actually go to the profile and change, right? She'll help us here. So here you get your profiles for, your icon set for Minecraft. However, you can actually control it. And the reason why we came up with this concept, it's not from us, but I did a focus group, and one of the focus group members said, hey, can I beat Minecraft with the Master Hub? So now you can, so I can see, I'm actually navigating.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm actually controlling the character. This is actually our Kuma bear that we did.
I feel like this is going to be the next level of, people that like beat Elden Ring with the DDR map.
yeah,
This is where
exactly.
we are, Minecraft with our Master Hub. I'm into it.
Exactly, and here you can actually turn it into a timer.
Okay.
So for some of those that does speed run,
Yes.
but now speed run not on the keyboard and mouse, speed run on this, and then
my
challenge
goodness.
yourself.
This has to be a thing. I feel like at some point we have to do this.
We hope so. We hope so.
It'd be
So that's
very
why we just want to show how how flexible the software is, and we want to do it for our consumer. And then the more they let us know, the better it is we can improve for them.
Yes. So everyone watching, let us know. Let Cooler Master know. Let Brian know. Get involved in the community. And for our community specifically, I heard you have a small surprise.
Yeah,
for our chat.
before I get there, let me announce some dates.
Oh, please do.
Yeah,
Yes.
because now this is finally ready. It's finally go to the market. So what we have here is our stream kit. So this is actually what you get from a retail environment that you can purchase. However, on our website, we also will sell individual module that you can buy and customize your workspace.
Great.
But if you go through with the stream kit and this 2 module, it will be readily available on the first week of September, right? And then, however, we want to utilize Indiegogo platform to actually do the pre-sale first.
Okay.
And the main reason why we go with Indiegogo pre-sale is because on Indiegogo, the consumer can already pick and choose their combination.
Great.
So that way we learn what is the more popular combination so we can support.
Interesting.
And then in addition to that, through Indiegogo, they can share us feedback. Hey, can it work with this software? Can you do that? So while we are doing pre-sale and preparing, we can actually actively work to create additional plugin. So by the time they get the products, it'll be ready to have those software into the market. So look out for Indiegogo. We hope to launch it around September 2nd. Our actually embargo date for all the reviews will go live on August 1st.
Okay.
So we already prepare and discuss with a lot of media. We know there's a lot of interest. So through a lot of media, we hope they can also share, give us the feedback, and then to provide additional trust of the product to the community, and then that we support. And the first week of September, inventory will go into our store and we'll ship out to everybody. And based on that, I do want to have a surprise.
Okay.
Okay. This is just, I tend to do this on live stream sometimes. Some people like it, some people don't like it. But let's give away some Master Hub.
All right.
How about we give away some Master Hub, and to the giveaway winner, you would be the first one to get it, even before those that actually purchased to Indiegogo.
Awesome.
But let me ask you, should we give one away?
I mean, I wish I had the ability to make these conversations or make these decisions happen.
How about 2?
How about 2 is nice? 2 is better than 1?
3 is better than 2.
3 is better than 2.
So you know what? Let's just give 5 away.
Let's give 5 away.
We're doing 5 away. Sometimes they call me Santa Claus on live stream. Sometimes.
I know this about you, and I was hoping this would happen today.
Yeah.
Because you're so generous in that way. But folks, 5 of Best of Computex Master Hubs, you are eligible to win right now. And to enter the giveaway,
they just need to spam Master Hub on the comment.
Yep.
And they'll be entered, they'll be randomly drawn.
In chat. Good luck, everyone.
Follow the instruction on there. Good luck. I hope you guys like it. I hope you try it. It's a new innovation product for us. The team worked really hard on the software and the hardware. We will continue to develop SDK and then also plugins. So if you support us, we'll continue to support the community, and let's make this a true community product for Cooler Master.
It is. Let's hear it for the community, and honestly, let's hear it from Master Hub. I'm very lucky to have seen it in multiple iterations, and it's so exciting to see it in its consumer version with the software and everything ready to go. As a content creator, I'm stoked. So thank you for giving us that look. That's really neat.
Thank you, Trish.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it's amazing. Thank you.
I know she's waiting for hers too.
I'll be sitting there by the mailbox, just hoping.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Brian, for showing us this. And I'm actually going to ask our camera to just come right back over here one more time, just over here, so that we can go ahead and say thank you. Thank you to all of you who have tuned into the stream, who have tuned into the Spark over the last few days. I feel like, Brian, we finish things off with a bang with our best of Computex here at Cooler Master.
Thank you.
But the Spark's been really fun. Thank you again for joining us. Over the last 2 days, I'm not sure how, I know you were very busy here at Master Hub, but over the last 2 days, we had conversations with representatives from Framework, from Intel, from Nvidia. We got to chat with our fun internet friends like Pedro and Liquid House. Got to see some cool mods and some really interesting systems from Cooler Master that are so unique and embody that aesthetic that I feel like really stands out and matches just perfectly with the high performance that we see here. And for everyone at home who didn't get to be here in Taipei at Computex in person, we were able to give that look, right?
And remember, make it yours.
Remember to make it yours. Again, thank you so much, Brian. I love it. You're going to co-host with me next year. I got this. Thank you all again for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm Simon from Cooler Master. In this video, I'll be introducing the new TD500 Max, the latest member of our innovative Mac series. Built on the foundation of the popular Masterbox CD